Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Northamptonshire County Cricket Club for the fixture between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan. Before play, we will have a minute's silence for the former Northamptonshire captain, Raman Subbarrow, and the players just making their way down in front of the players' suite at the moment. So we'll have a minute's silence, and then we will begin our broadcast with Northamptonshire having won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Thank you. Once again, welcome to the county ground. This match will begin in 5 minutes.
Welcome back. As I say, a moment's silence for the former Northamptonshire cricketer Raman Subbarrow, who sadly passed away during the week, aged 92. Apologies for the weather this morning. We didn't have much control over it, but we had quite a soggy start at Northampton this morning, hence the delay and why we're just getting started at 1:10 this afternoon on day one. As I mentioned, Northamptonshire won the toss and elected to bowl first. 80 overs remaining in the day following the delayed start, and some team news from Northamptonshire to start with. Actually, no, I'll introduce my co-commentator first. I'll introduce Phil Rowe. That might be a nicer way to start. How are you, Phil? Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Hi, Dan. Hi, everyone. I'm well.
Good.
Yeah. I'm
Pleased.
well. I've been on the North Devon coast, losing golf balls for fun, and was good fun. But it's great to be back here for the start of this game.
Glad to have you back. Glad to have you back. So the team news for Northamptonshire, there's 2 changes from last week against Middlesex. Those changes are Ricardo Vasconcelos comes back into the team in replace of Justin Broad, and George Bartlett, who missed out last week through injury, replaces Rob Keogh this week, who unfortunately is suffering from a bit of a stiff back. So the Northamptonshire side is Ricardo Vasconcelos, Emilio Gay, Luke Proctor, Karen Nair, George Bartlett, James Sales, Saif Zabe, Lewis McManus, Raphael Weatherall, Ben Sanderson, Chris Tremaine, and that is 11. Well counted to myself. And Glamorgan, the visitors at Northamptonshire, who will be batting first, the 2 openers just at the boundary edge, waiting to come on to the field of play. Billy Root, Zain Ul Hassan, Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson, Colin Ingram, Chris Cook, Dan Douthwaite, James Harris, Mason Crane, and Mir Hamza. Good toss to win.
Great toss to win. Yeah. There'll be a lot of happy Northamptonshire players and supporters to see the coin come down as it did, and it would have been an easy decision, I think, for Luke Proctor to say let's have a bowl first. Thank you very much, and probably ran off to get loose himself. I think there'll be a lot of seamers can't wait to get their hands on the Duke's ball.
Yeah, it's the word unprecedented hasn't been used for a couple of years, and feels like it probably got overused during 2020 and 2021. But it has genuinely been an unprecedented start to the county championship this season. I'm not going to talk about the other ball because it's boring. We've moved on from that. We won't see it again for another couple of months. But we're 2 games in. And I don't know how much we've really learned from sides. We certainly haven't seen what capabilities the seam bowlers possess just yet. And you get the Dukes in hand on a pitch that looks, well, pretty lively, I think, would be fair to say, from this distance. And I'm excited to see some high-quality seam bowling.
Yeah, and I think we'll see a bit more of playing and missing, and a few more oohs and ahs. So probably a bit more excitement. Yeah, I take your lead. We will not talk about the Kookaburra ball. Let's talk about what's going to go on in this game. As you say, a good toss to win. I haven't seen Hassan previously, and I haven't seen Billy Root open the batting. I've seen a bit of Billy Root both at his time at Notts, where he made his entry into the game. He was more of a middle order dasher at that time, so he's turning himself into an opener.
Half an appeal from behind the stumps as Ben Sanderson opens the bowling from the David Capel end this morning. Zainul Hassan has taken 1 and Billy Root at the non-strikers end has taken 2. I had another look at that one, but Ben Sanderson was not interested in the slightest. He will be excited by that, though.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, I caught up with him briefly this morning, and he was very much looking forward to bowling with the ball with a seam on it. Yeah.
That's shaping nicely back into Zainul Hassan, who just pushes that one through the covers. Luke Proctor's going to tidy that one up. Apologies for that noise coming through. It's particularly windy outside at Northampton. I'm not very jealous of Ben on the gantry with the manned camera. Just turn that effects mic down a little bit, maybe a little bit more. Apologies if you're getting any static through. It's just struggling with the breeze.
Yeah, it's an interesting looking pitch, isn't it? Because it looks dark from here.
Yeah.
In terms of, the pitch often looks grey. It looks dark, which is about the weather really that we've had so far, I guess. I might have expected it to look a bit greener, but it looks just sort of, it looks very damp underneath. Let's put it that way. As you might expect, it looks damp across the square. So the ground staff will have done their very best to keep this dry. It was under during the last game, the Middlesex game, but the water's come up from underneath, no doubt. So the game here really for Ben Sanderson, and he doesn't need me to tell him, is to land that Duke's ball on or around the top of off stump. Well, not land it at the top off stump, because that would be a bad delivery. Land it so that it nicks off bail as often as he possibly can. As I've said many times in the past, there are very few bowlers better against left-handers than Ben Sanderson. He's just now gone back over the wicket after a few around the wicket. But he is a genius at bowling to lefties.
Inside edge from Billy Root, who gets himself off the mark. He's going to come back for a couple as Rafi Weatherall tidies up out on the leg side. There's 4 slips in place for Ben Sanderson. Karen Nair at 1, Emilio Gay at 2, Ricardo Vasconcelos at 3, and James Sales at 4. Safe Zabe is at point. Captain Luke Proctor at mid-off. Believe that's Chris Tremaine at mid-on. Mid-wicket is George Bartlett, and a very square fine leg is Rafi Weatherall. And that is a beauty from Sanderson to end the first over. 3 for no loss.
That's a nice way to finish the over. Just fractionally short. We'll see on replay. It was just fractionally short. Another 6 inches fuller. And that probably catches the edge. But fair to say, stuffed Billy Root. I nearly called him Joe. That won't be the first time that's happened. Stuffed the younger Root out of sight. It was almost too good. But it does show already that there is more movement on offer, which makes for more of a contest. And I'm sure Chris Tremaine will want to back up that strong start from Ben Sanderson as he starts from the Lynn Wilson end.
Absolutely. So the Australian overseas, as Phil's just said, will take the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Based on the last couple of weeks, I'm sure he's going to be delighted at the prospect of having the Dukes in his hand rather than that Kookaburra. I think it's just 1 wicket so far for Chris Tremaine in these 2 games with the Kookaburra. Zainul Hassan's left that one on length, I believe, and it's carried through nicely to Lewis McManus.
Should we mention the umpires?
Love to.
Because there's something of a first, I think.
Over to you, sir.
Yeah, well, someone will please do correct me if I've got this wrong, because it has been known. But I think that we've got the first woman umpire in a county championship match at Northampton. Obviously, there have been others around the country, but I think this is the first at Northampton, Sue Redfern. So good luck to Sue. I hope she has a good game.
Absolutely. Oh, that's a big drive, and he's gone. Zainul Hassan falls in the second over of the day. Chris Tremaine doubles his wicket tally for the season. It's taken him 2 balls. Zainul Hassan goes for 1, and Glamorgan are 3 for 1.
Yeah, he will look back on that, Hassan, and say, was it full enough to drive? And I think if he's honest, the answer will be not at this stage. You know, the ball is 8 balls old at this point. He's not really let many go by. He hasn't faced very many balls. He's had a decent stride forward into the ball, but it wasn't a full half volley, and he's pushed very hard at that through to hit the ball through mid off. And I think another day he might just let that ball come to him and defend it. Perhaps get a thicker edge, it runs away for 4 another day. But he's pushed at that one thin edge, and what a great start for Northants.
Absolutely fantastic. Brilliant by Chris Tremaine. It's not really done a massive amount, has it? Through the air or off the surface. It just looks like it's really just pushed across the body of Zainul
run across. It perhaps just went with the angle a little bit more. But for my money, you know, 1.2 overs gone. That's not the ball to push firmly at.
No.
That's an in shot for me. That's a shot of a man who's in, and he isn't yet in. Clearly, at this, the lights are on. The wicket's been under cover. We've had a delayed start. It's a Duke's ball. All of those things add up to I've got to see it for you before I have a push at one. And that wasn't the right, wasn't it? It wasn't a terrible bit of cricket, but by the same token, I think it was injudicious to push firmly at that ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Those lights have just come on, actually, as Zainul Hassan departed. Sam Northeast, the new man for Glamorgan. 2 weeks ago, 335 not out at Lords, the highest ever score by any batter at Lords. And now at Wantage Road, facing Chris Tremaine. Chris Tremaine just tucks him up slightly there. Looks like he might have just rushed him as he drops the ball in on the leg side for a single and gets himself off the mark. Sue Redfern didn't have to wait long to make a decision either.
No, she didn't, did she? That'd be a nice one as well, because it was one of those that was sort of on the nod in a way. But as the umpire has to do, raise the finger to signal that it was caught, it was nicked, it was a wicket. So yeah, into the game early. Yeah, Sam Northeast at his 3rd county now. Started at Kent, had a brief spell with Hampshire, and then was picked up by Glamorgan. What a good signing that was.
Nicely played by Billy Root with soft hands. Save's going to give chase. Billy Root's going to add another couple of runs to his tally. He looked good against Middlesex in that first innings on the opening day of the season.
I think that's really nicely played by Billy Root there. That was softer into the ball, wasn't it? The bat was decelerating rather than accelerating. His hands were in front of the blade. There's plenty of weight over the front knee. The ball went off the wicket slightly, but it gets a thick edge and it goes down. He picks up 2. Good technique. Looks like he's been beaten, but I say credit to the batter there for good technique, good skill.
And solid in defence. The stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club is powered by Daffabet. And if you'd like to get in contact with myself and Phil throughout the course of the day and the 3 days, or 4 days, in fact, that we've got coming up, you can do so, which I think just popped up on screen, but get in contact with us on Twitter, which is at NorthantsCCC, or via email stream@nccc.co.uk. Northants fans, Glamorgan fans, both welcome. Give us your thoughts, questions, comments, opinions. And that's very well left by Billy Root as that one comes back into the body of the left-hander. 6 for 1 after 2 overs. And we'd love your company throughout the course of the 4 days.
More the merrier.
Where you're watching from, what your thoughts are on the first 2 rounds, where you think these 2 counties are set for the season. Anything, really.
Yeah, let's see if we can beat last week. Last week we had Islamabad, I think. We had Antigua.
We did.
We had Northampton.
New South Wales.
We had, yeah, we did. We had New South Wales, yeah. So we got around a bit. Let's see if we can beat that. Nice last ball of the over there from Tremaine. It did nip back. There was a bit of a crowd ooh and ah because it wasn't very close to off stump, but that was really to meant to sort of put into Billy Root's mind that the ball just missed off stump. It didn't. It was a very good leave, a good position to leave from.
Sanderson. And Northeast defends that one successfully.
I mean, it doesn't need me to say this because you just read out his stats, including that very big score at HQ. What a feeling that must be to be the highest ever run scorer at Lords. Wow, I can only imagine what that might feel like. But he's a very, very good player. As I said earlier, this is his third county. He's been given the armband and the responsibility of leadership. I think that's a really smart move, actually.
Driven down the ground, and he beats the dive at mid-on. I think that might make its way. It does. Save Zabe gave a chase, however, was a fair way from the ball by the time it just... Chris Tremaine, I think... Would you describe that as a Sydney Harbour dive by Chris Tremaine?
I would, yeah. I thought, yeah, it was in that... From our... We were right behind it, weren't we? I mean, literally right behind the line of the ball. And it looked for all money that the dive was going to stop it, but he actually went over the ball. There was a Leeds United and Wales goalkeeper, actually, topically, who used to do that for Leeds United in the 70s. Gary Sprake was known for diving straight over the ball, and it was a good effort from Chris Tremaine, but actually dived past the ball. Nice shot, though, wasn't it?
It was.
You're playing an on drive like that, you know you're in pretty good touch.
Yeah.
So
First boundary of the day as well. Glamorgan have moved to 10-1. That's nicely punched off the back foot as Luke Proctor's going to give chase for this one. It's going to be another couple of runs added to the board. Maybe a little bit too short from Ben Sanderson that time.
Yeah, I think Sando's looking to get some sawdust from the groundsman's hut, and they're sort of scrabbling around to find that Peter Willie I can see over there trying to help them identify where the sawdust might be. And in the meantime, Sando will not be totally confident about his landing foot, which is not a good place to be as a bowler. Ooh, that bounced.
Carried through nicely, didn't it? McManus took that up at about hip height.
Yeah, that's great. We've got a replay because it looked a little bit tennis bally, in that it looped a wee bit. No, I'll take that back. It went through really well, didn't it?
Yeah. I think what was given the impression there, I think the seam's just stood itself up as it's gone past, and it's just swung, isn't it, away from McManus.
Yeah.
Just had to adjust and taken it nicely. It's come back into Northeast this time. He drops that one into the leg side.
And that's what both batters and bowlers want to see. Bounce is a differentiator, really, in cricket. There are many differentiators, of which the bounce of the ball is one. You know, good bowlers want bounce. Good batters want bounce. Average bowlers don't want bounce. Average batters don't want bounce. So it really does sort the wheat from the chaff.
Oh, there's an appeal for OBW this time. Umpire says no. I thought I heard a couple of noises there. I wonder whether Sam Northeast might have got a bit of bat on that.
I'm saying height, and I wasn't sure it wasn't sliding down, but I thought height might be a factor. Let's have a look from behind the arm. Well, it did hit him above the knee roll on the back leg. Probably going past leg bail by the time it got there.
Yeah, fair comment. Well, nobody looks that incensed about the decision, do they? 12 for 1 after 3 overs, so fairly blistering start in the context of county cricket for Glamorgan here, going at 4 and over. It's the pitch, as you said, looks damp underneath, doesn't it? It's a noticeably different colour to the pitch that we had last week, which is just to the left of the screen here from Dylan Wilson centre end. And it almost does look drier on that side of the square field, doesn't it? It
does, yeah, for sure. I like that from Graham Lloyd. That's good. Ben Sanderson looked after his front foot, or it might be his back foot, actually, from landing in terms of sawdust, but then kind of he'd done his job and off he went. But Graham Lloyd, very experienced man, thinks we might need some more sawdust. So he's got Craig Harvey to put a pile behind the keeper. I quite like that, just saves time.
Nicely played by Billy Root, who just indicates to his partner that that's just nipped off the surface. Wicket taker Chris Tremaine 1 for 3 off that first over.
I'll be interested in watching these two bat together. I don't know them particularly well, but I've seen a bit of them over the years. Billy Root, busy, including conversationally, and he's animated and so on. Sam Northeast, not so much. So it'll be interesting to see how they communicate with each other, because Sam Northeast didn't show a whole lot of interest in that little signal, to be honest. Oh, that's beautifully bowled.
Absolute beauty. Chris Tremaine does slip and fortunately gets back up without showing any signs of discomfort, but face down starfishing on a length actually from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Chris Tremaine ended up serving up possibly the ball of the day, I think.
That was, yeah, for sure. That was an absolute beauty. The best thing that you can do as a batsman in that situation is miss it, which he did. You know, you have to accept as an opening batter, you are going to play and miss, and you just crack on. You don't no point worrying about it. That's well bowled. Billy Root, you can say, has got clear signs of trying to get into that danger area of top of off length and cover any movement. He did that very well there. So we've got a contest on our hands. We've got the ball against the bat. There's a contest. Isn't it nice? The sun's breaking through.
The stars are aligning for us.
I can see shadows from the sun.
No, that's got to be your eyesight.
Probably is.
Nicely played again. Dropping it into the leg side.
So the problem for the left-hander here is that the ball has run across the left-hander already. There's been a wicket with one that's slightly nipped away off the pitch. Billy Root's got a couple of thick edges, so he's saying, so I'm going to get right into that space. So I'm going to edge over a wee bit with my stance, my setup, and get into that top of off so I can leave well. And if it's a bit straighter, I can defend it. The danger there, the compromise that he lets himself open to, is that ball nips back off the seam. He is LBW plonker straight in front. So that'll be on his mind.
Nicely played again. Sabe tidying up at backward point. The slips look pretty close again.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that. It's been a, you know, it'll be the same every ground, I suspect. Every club will be talking about at this time of year, when the ball's not flying through. Need the slips closer, and the slips and the bowlers and the whole team need to buy into. You might have a reaction drop at slip, but you'd rather be there so that the ball carries rather than it getting to you on the half volley. You have to accept that.
Nicely played by Billy Root, who picks up a single. Luke Proctor coming across from mid-off to tidy up. So a single to finish the fourth over, 13 for 1. On comes a member of the ground staff again to drop a bit of sawdust at the Lynn Wilson centre end. Ben Sanderson whips off the jumper, and he's going to continue from the David Capel end. Do you know who I'm genuinely excited for? And I bumped into him at Newport Pagnell service station this morning on the way up the M1.
Okay, so no, I don't know.
He just dropped his brother off at Luton Airport. He's going up to Scotland. But Rafi Weatherall.
Oh, right.
Brilliant last week.
Yeah.
On debut.
Yeah.
With the ball that shall not be named. And I'm dead keen to see how he goes with this Dukes this week on this pitch.
It was a good start, wasn't it, for the young man? Oh, wow, that's good bowling. Yeah, it was a good start. I spent a little time having a chat with the second team coach, Graham White, who has obviously spent some time with Rafi Weatherall on and off the pitch. I think Graham went out to Stellenbosch with the bowling group as well. And Graham was very, very complimentary about Rafi Weatherall in every respect of being a young professional. Oh, you cannot play that. That's just genius.
That's absolutely beautiful from Ben Sanderson. I'm struggling at the moment, Phil, to look out the window and react to what's going to happen, and then also kind of look at the TV screen to see what the ball actually does. And it's, unfortunately, I haven't quite mastered that skill yet, but those two from Ben Sanderson have been two absolute beauties.
Yeah. Yeah, after the second one, Billy Root kind of just thought, well, you could see him look upwards.
Down the leg side, and there's been an appeal for caught behind. Keeper wasn't massively interested. Sanderson wasn't particularly interested, but the slip cordon seemed excited, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah. So it's clipped the pad or something, is it? Yeah, looks that way. Yeah, and it was really, really pleasing to hear of a young guy getting into professional cricket and taking the opportunity, responding to the coaching that's been given, wanting to learn, wanting to grow as a player. And Graham was, very complimentary about. It's early in his career, obviously, as a young professional cricketer, but from Graham's perspective, and he's seen a few over the years, Graham, this kid's got all the ingredients that you might need, and he's a nice kid to boot. So well done, Rafi, on debut last week. Very good, and all the best.
Yeah, we'll talk more about him once Luke Proctor throws the ball his way, but we'll focus on Ben Sanderson at the moment. He's bowled 4 beauties. And that's a big appeal for LBW, and this time he picks up the wicket of Billy Root. Umpire raises his finger straight away, and Billy Root's got to go for 5. Northamptonshire have got 2, and Glamorgan are 13 for 2.
So Sanderson came around the wicket to Billy Root there. Yeah, let's run back in from around the wicket, hit him on the knee roll. He's trying to get a big stride in, did get a big stride in. Just the movement of the ball beat the shot, basically. Beat the inside edge, hit him on the knee roll, was going to go on and hit sort of top of middle and leg bail, something like that. And just a fine piece of bowling. As I say, he was over the wicket exclusively, going away, away, away off the pitch, comes around the wicket. Guess what? Runs it back into the right-hander. And that has come back off the pitch quite sharply. There's not a lot that Billy Root can do with that, to be honest, apart from get hit on the knee roll, which is what he did. So a very fine piece of bowling. And there will be people, I'm sure, looking at this thinking, well, this is why we need a different cricket ball. That's fine bowling. Ben Sanderson's been doing that for a pastime. On April wickets, May, June, July, August, September, he can do that. And it's all very well having a cricket ball in your hand that has got more movement about it. But to alter from over the wicket, setting the batsman up, going away, to come round the wicket and first bowl that delivery, that is high skill.
Yeah, absolutely right. Number 4 for Glamorgan is Kieran Carlson, 25 years old, gone past 4,500 first-class runs this season. A couple of 70s to his name so far in the opening 2 games. The 77 against Middlesex at Lords, and then 74 against Derbyshire in Cardiff. High score of 192. It'll be a tough start here. I think that's safe save under the helmet at short leg. So 4 slips and a short leg. Northamptonshire very much on the attack. Oh, and there's half an appeal again to end the 5th over. 13 for 2 after 5. Anyone wearing a maroon cap out there is smiling ear to ear.
And that's another fine piece of bowling. That looks like that's pitched and gone away from the right hand. It looks like from here, I don't know if we can see the replay from the other end, it looked like it pitched and left Carlson, hit him on the back leg. So we've got Ben Sanderson moving the ball both ways from over and around the wicket. Look at that. It's almost like someone's listening. Thank you, whoever's responsible for that. Great work. Let's have a look at it. Yeah. Ooh. Just a little high. He's only a little fella. I think I might have been shouting a bit louder for that one, but it was obviously a little bit high. But Ben Sanderson showing he can go both ways from both over and around the wicket. And what a great start this is.
Absolutely. Chris Tremaine from the Lynn Wilson Centre end, looking to continue this great start. He's picked up 1 of the 2 so far. Have an email in from Monty as well, who's currently watching the live stream at Lords whilst it's raining in London. Just says, keep up the good work. Again, just looks like that's rushed Sam Northeast from Chris Tremaine, who is going to readjust his footwear slightly. Monty also says that he is the only teenage county championship fan, which I think might be wrong, but there probably are less teenagers watching the county circuit than there are those.
Yeah, I would say so. I thought you were going to continue with that sentence.
Nope.
Like called Monty.
Nope.
Emailing us on a Friday. No, that was it.
Nope. Done.
That's a big claim, Monty.
It is, but thanks for tuning in, Monty. Hopefully it stops raining at Lords for you.
I mean, please, Monty, don't take this the wrong way. I hope that's not true.
Nicely played. And No run.
Because it means there's only one teenager.
True.
Right? Watching, and that, I hope that's not the case.
I think the development and the inclusion of these live streams, I think, has made or just been brilliant for county cricket, and has enabled people to access this sport way more so than what they may have ever possibly been able to do. We all love the idea, don't we, of coming down and sitting in the sunshine on a Thursday afternoon or a Monday or whatever day of the week it might be. But in reality, that's not always possible. Oh, and that's an absolute beauty from Chris Tremaine, who's just got that to move away from Sam Northeast off the pitch. Just might be an undersell here. It feels like that's moved quite a long way.
So look at it. Ball from tight to the stumps. Doesn't have to do a lot, and it's done enough. Just used the crease very well. That ball bowled from tight to the stumps, has to play at that. Because if the ball moves the equivalent distance back into him and he's not playing at that, he's probably walking off now whilst his off stump rolls backwards towards the pavilion with him. Great bit of bowling. Oh, that's a bit wider, that one. I'm not sure you need to play at that.
No. Chris Tremaine's just drawn Sam Northeast across his stumps there slightly, hasn't he? And
he has.
Pulled him into a full shot.
But I take Monty's point. I think he was a bit tongue-in-cheek, wasn't he? A bit self-deprecating there.
Yeah.
But it's great to know, Monty, that you are a teenage kind of championship cricket fan. Long may that continue.
Well, I don't think he'll have much control over that because eventually he'll stop being a teenager.
Yeah, long may the support continue rather than you being a teenager. That would be weird. Although I still think I'm a teenager. Oh, that's well bowled.
Yeah, brings it back into the Glamorgan captain, who drops it into the offside and picks up a single. So Kieran Carlson will face the last ball of Chris Tremaine's over.
You could see there, Chris Tremaine hands on head as Sam Northeast just got his bat back into line. It looked like that one was the run backer. You could see the front pad move as the bat crashed into the front pad in order to access the ball. So setting him up with 2 away and 1 back. But Sam Northeast up to that on that occasion. But we have a contest.
We do indeed. We do indeed.
I'll stop saying that now.
You're just getting excited, Phil. I can't blame you. Oh, and that's come back a long way. Kieran Carlson gets off the mark. Plays it well in the end. Luke Proctor tidies it up. So a single off the last ball of the 6th over and 15 for 2.
Yeah, he's a good player, Carlson. He's been around quite a while now. I think he was, for a shortish while, captain of the Glamorgan championship side. Got into the side as a kind of lower middle order batter, sort of 6 around there, 6, 7 maybe even. Bowled a few overs of off spin when they're required, and he's an unbelievable fielder. There'll be very few better fielders in the game than that guy. Carlson. He is so quick across the ground. But more recently, in the last few years, 3-4 years, he's really turned himself into a top order batter and has churned out quite a lot of big scores for Glamorgan.
Left alone, watchful through to McManus, probably a little bit too wide from Sanderson, so no need for Kieran Carlson to get involved with that one. Noah's emailed in as well. Hey guys, tuning in from Melbourne. Love the commentary. Best in the country by far.
Oh, wow.
That's a pat on your back, isn't it?
Well, I think it's you.
Our back. Collective backs. Looking forward to being at Wantage Road in September for the final 2 home games of the season. Oh, there's an appeal again, but Carson's got himself outside the line and possibly a little bit of bat involved as well.
He's advancing down the wicket, isn't he? We saw this last week quite a bit. Batters are coming down the wicket to try and negate movement. And yeah, certainly did there as well. Keeper will be slightly less quick to come up to the stumps with the movement that's on offer. First chance being a nick, I guess. You don't want to be up and miss that chance. But trying to keep the batter in the crease might be an option a bit later on if he keeps doing it. Nicely bowled by Ben Sanderson, just dragged his length back. Graham Lloyd is having a chat with his colleague, Sue Redfern. He's also been on the radio to the scorers. Something's troubling him. Not sure what. I managed to catch up with Rob White just before play. He was on the ground having a look. He lives just around the corner. And I was able to ask him about his intervention with the close fielding last week. I'll explain that in a moment. Well fielded. Yeah, so we were slightly confused last week. Emilio Gay put a helmet on and came closer at slip, and Rob White came in to intervene, and we couldn't for the life work out what the intervention was about. So I had the opportunity to ask Rob, and what a fine piece of umpiring this was, because the regulations state that all close fielders must have stem guards on their helmets other than the wicketkeeper, and Emilio just picked up Lewis McManus's helmet, sans stem guard.
Oh, leading edge, and Sanderson puts the dive in, just evades him. I don't think it carried anyway. Luke Proctor tidies up and just a couple of runs added. And it's got so bright in Northampton, the floodlights have just gone off.
Oh, that's what Graham Lloyd was orchestrating. So, yeah, so Rob White from square leg recognised that Emilio Gay was encroaching to feel closer at slip, which he's entitled to do, and had a helmet, which he has to do. But this helmet didn't have stem guards, and the regulations are for all close fielders and keepers, you need stem guards. So I think that's a very... some people might say officious, but actually player protection. Good on him.
Yeah, of course. It was an interesting passage of play, wasn't it? Because following that conversation, nobody ran a helmet out with the stem guard for Emilio Gay to go and feel closer. So it was a particularly interesting kind of passage of play.
It was.
But anyway, end of the over, 7 done, 17 for 2. And so far, very much the right decision by Captain Luke Proctor to win the toss and have a bowl first, removing both of the Glamorgan openers.
Well, I think Kieran Carlson did well there. I've praised Ben Sanderson so far, but Kieran Carlson did really well there because he changed the look of the thing. He said, okay, I know what you're going to do. You're going to set me up with nip backers and away from that line. I've got to get into that space. So he's taken a very big stride down the wicket and just created a different problem for Ben Sanderson.
Tremaine.
Oh, that's beautifully
goes
bowled.
Past the outside edge of Sam Northeast, draws the Glamorgan skipper into another shot.
I just don't think you can really do too much about that. Yeah, what's that, 5th stump?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and with the movement that we've seen so far, so it's a difficult line to confidently leave, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah, it really is. That's a fair comment. There's enough doubt there that you might want to cover up. Correct. Agreed. Nicely bowled. And as last week, and as all coaches around the country would want their opening bowlers to do, they have not wasted many balls. There have been very few leave balls, and most balls have been challenging dot balls so far. Gone over length a couple of times and got tucked away, which they should be doing. They should be that side of length as an error rather than the safe side of length. So it's been a good start from Northampton with the ball.
Turned away round the corner that time from Sam Northeast. Yeah, I've got safe save there just in front of square, but quite a long way around the corner. Well fielded, I think that is by Ben Sanderson. He's taken a rest down at fine leg. So Sam Northeast adds another couple. He moves to double figures. He's on 10. Glamorgan 19 for 2.
Yeah, that tested Ben Sanderson there, didn't it? Because the ball really raced quite quickly, didn't it? It was a thinnish edge and it ran very quickly. He got a dive in at the end and now he's got his hands on his knees. Wishing it had gone finer for 4, possibly.
Nicely played. That's going to give Luke Proctor something to chase this time. That's the first one really that you'd say has been properly timed. And as you can imagine, the grass is fairly long and lush, and it didn't get particularly close to the boundary. Luke Proctor hauled that one back in for a couple.
It's a lovely looking shot, wasn't it?
Really nice. Weighted perfectly, wasn't he?
Yeah,
just
correct.
Punched it through mid-on, wide enough of Luke Proctor. He's a fantastic fielder himself. Encouragement coming from the slipcord, and Karen Nair leading it at first for Chris Tremaine. Again, another run added to the tally.
Just got, yeah, that's where he needs to be, isn't it? More of the time. We've got a little straight the previous 2 balls, tucked one behind and one in front of square, 2 times 2 each time. That's that's where we're going to get wickets, in that channel. And we don't need to go too far away from that too frequently. And we don't need to overthink it. Just stick in that channel. It'll be interesting to see if Carlson wants to get down the wicket to the quicker Tremaine, or whether he plays him from the crease.
Quite happy to play it from the crease with that shot by the looks of it. Definitely overpitched by Tremaine, but again, a lovely sound off the bat of Kieran Carlson. A dot ball to finish the 8th, 22 for 2. Northeast on 13 and Carlson on 3.
That was well timed, wasn't it?
It really was, wasn't it?
It's a beautiful cricket shot.
Really well picked up by George Bartlett, who was fielding there on the offside.
Has George Bartlett got Rob Keogh's jumper on?
That's a question that I don't know the answer to. We could get him to turn around.
I thought I thought Rob Keogh was 14. I might be wrong. There's no reason why he should have Rob Keogh's jumper on.
Rob Keogh's number 21.
That's why.
Sorry.
Rob Keogh has been 14. I'm sure he has in the past. Thought that's nice cricket. Northeast. Beautifully played.
Covered up nicely, wasn't it?
He's an attractive player, Sam Northeast. As I said earlier, he started his career at Kent, featured in England age group cricket through his youth career, and was identified very early on as someone who's got a big future in the game. And showed patches of that. He's at the right level and so on, but didn't quite seem to settle to the game. But now he's the captain at Glamorgan.
Inside edge this time. Gets to save on the second bounce.
And so that perhaps given him a bit more responsibility. There's no question, I think, over the years that he's shown that he is a thinking cricketer, capable of playing in a number of different ways. And let's hope that this captaincy brings the best out of him, because he is a very fine and attractive young English batsman.
He's got some incredibly impressive stats for first-class cricket, which I'll read out in just a moment. Just squared him up slightly there, Sanderson, but well played in the end by Northeast. I like the fact that Northamptonshire are giving him cover. You can have cover, but there are 4 slips waiting if you mess this up. Northeast stats, which are an impressive read. I don't know whether they'll might not surprise you. That's the wrong word, but potentially better than what you might have thought. 211 first-class matches, 13,034 first-class runs. High score of 410.
That was last year, wasn't it?
It was, again, or possibly the year before, actually, against Leicestershire.
Okay.
So the 335 against Middlesex isn't even the high score for Sam.
Yep.
Average is 40. 30 hundreds.
How many?
30.
30.
And 63 50s. That's a remarkable...
There's only one thing to say about that. Well batting.
Well batting.
Oh, that's a nice cricket shot.
Nicely played, Sanderson.
That is well batting.
It is very well batting. Sanderson looked, if that had been picked up clean, I think Sanderson might have given Sam Northeast just a little reminder to maybe stay in the crease slightly. He just looked like he advanced, didn't he, a little bit?
He did.
But yeah, remarkable statistics. And I've listened to a couple of podcasts over the last couple of weeks speaking about Sam Northeast, but you probably wouldn't be surprised to say he made a couple of headlines at Lord's, so there was plenty to talk about. But a few people were... That's nicked and gone. Straight to Vasconcelos at third slip. Sanderson picks up his second wicket. 22 for 3, and Vasconcelos gets into the game straight away with a smart catch at third.
Ben Sanderson went wide on the crease there. We'll see this on the replay. He used the crease, went wider on the crease. I think probably looking to run it back in. I don't know that. I'd like to ask him about that. Certainly went wider, noticeably wider on the crease. Here we go. We'll see it from this angle. Now let's see what the ball did, if anything. It went quickly to Ricardo Vasconcelos, that's for sure. So he's wider on the crease there. And yeah, it just bounced and straightened a bit, didn't it? It bounced and straightened. It was probably the bounce more than the straighten that caused the outside edge. Looking to force it, as Dan said, cover was open. He'll have been thinking 2 or 4 through extra cover. As David Ripley, as you say, think 2, and then you time it better and get 4. But he pushed hard at that, and it went very, very quickly to third slip, where Ricardo Vasconcelos took it at chest height, fingers up. That's kind of knee height to a normal to a normal sized human. And the pace of it took him backwards. I think it didn't quite knock him over. Yeah, he ended up on his backside with giving the ball. So that was a sharp catch. It should have been caught, was caught, but it came very quickly. And the best time to get Sam Northeast out is before he's got 300, because he tends to kick on then. So Northampton will be glad to see the back of him on 13 for sure.
Yeah, as we learnt, 30 first-class hundreds for Sam Northeast. So yeah, nice to remove him for 13 from a Northamptonshire perspective. That catch by Vasconcelos was almost a picture-perfect slip-catching routine / drill, wasn't it? Everything about it just looked nice.
Yeah,
it was a nice nick, a nice catch, and a nice little tumble at the end. Left alone by Kieran Carlson. The new man for Glamorgan is Colin Ingram.
Yeah, kind of pugnacious left-hander, isn't he? Had a long career. He's been around English county cricket for a long time now. Played in a number of different sides. Kind of punchy bottom hand player.
Very good white ball player, isn't he?
He's a very dangerous white ball player for sure.
He's got 9 appearances for South Africa in the white ball formats. Sorry, I take that back. That is a lovely shot by Kieran Carlson, and that is going to be 4. Nobody's hauling that one back. Colin Ingram, has got 40 appearances for South Africa across the white ball formats, 31 in the ODIs, 9 in the T20s. 7,841 first-class runs off 126 games at an average of 38. And a handy bowler as well with 56 first-class wickets.
Yeah, he's more than part-time for sure. I like Carlson's shot there. You know, I said earlier it has to be under your eyes to drive it, and he let that in under his eyes and drove it. You've got to still score, and he's looking to be positive.
It's left alone, and that's come back a long way. We'll watch on the replay and see how much that's done through the air before it gets to Kieran Carlson, but that swung a long way past the bat. McManus has almost taken that at a leg gully, hasn't he? Wow.
Yeah, it went after the stumps, didn't it? But that's great batting. You know, it's a leave, right? So that's not really exciting, but it's a really good decision. The previous ball was very full, drove it. That ball is of a similar line, just a fraction wider, but it's a length which is dangerous. Great decision. I'm not having anything to do with that. Well played. And that's nicely played too. Just letting that come in right in under his eyes and just opening the face of the bat. Sort of going with what he thought the movement might be. And, you know, batting is, as I've said a few times, about numerous things. It's not about one thing, that's for sure. But an underestimated part of that cocktail of skills that you need is decision making. And if you make the wrong decisions too often, you don't end up with a career. So it's about judgment, picking the right one.
Nicely played again. Just down the ground, and Luke Proctor makes sure that no runs are added to the score, as that just evades the dive of Chris Tremaine. Yeah, judgment is going to be so important, and I think almost doubly important on this pitch today with the ball doing what it's doing. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire. It's a tough start. It really is a tough start, and options then of Luke Proctor, Rafi Weatherall and James Sales to continue this seam bowling attack for Northamptonshire. The captain's got plenty of options with a bunch of skillful seamers that are going to make this difficult for Glamorgan throughout the entirety of the innings. Very full from Chris Tremaine and tidied up nicely by George Bartlett. That's not to say that Chris Tremaine or Ben Sanderson are finished yet.
Oh, crikey, no.
Do you know, during the last round, I think they were quite keen to potentially bowl 4 or 5 over spells. It might be more difficult to get this cricket ball out of their hand.
Yeah.
I'll give you one more, Skip. I'll give you one of those conversations, I think.
Luke Proctor is going to need a cricket ball spanner to get the ball out of the hands of these two guys at the moment, because they're not going to want to give it up. And by the same token, Rafi Weatherall will very shortly be getting in the eye line of the skipper doing some loosening exercises. What I've liked about Chris Tremaine's spell there is he's been full. You know, yes, he's got driven a couple of times, a couple straight to field. There's another time he could have gone for another couple of boundaries there, but I'd much rather that than leave balls or just back foot defence balls.
Yeah.
We've got to make use of the ball when it's new, and that's got to be up, and that's what he's done well.
Well, Luke Proctor has found that cricket ball shaped spanner, and he has got it out of Ben Sanderson's hand, and Rafi Weatherall didn't have to get in the eye line because he's been given the ball anyway, and he's into bowl from the David Capel end. Ooh, and that's uppish from Colin Ingram. He just drops that one into the leg side. Leg by given, so off the thigh pad. Incredibly impressive last week. Rafi Weatherall bowled with good pace. He did bowl majority from the Lynn Wilson centre end, didn't he?
He did. He did. I'm sort of surprised at that bowling change. Not surprised to see Rafi Weatherall bowling because he absolutely deserves to be first change. But surprised that Ben Sanderson isn't still bowling. Maybe it's a change of ends. Oh, nicely bowled.
Yeah, he's bowled 5 overs in that spell, Sanderson. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 11. Tremaine, obviously, with the 5 overs himself as well. So maybe there is a comeback for another one from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
The wind looks to be blowing more sort of down the ground, doesn't it? From the Lynn Wilson end down towards the David Capel end. So maybe Sando's bowled 5 into the breeze, or bowled. Maybe he's thinking that's enough, or maybe he is going to come and have a couple with the wind at his back. Having said that, all of that, he was bowling very well where he was bowling. He's got a couple of wickets. I would have left him going.
Yeah, 2 big wickets of Billy Root and captain Sam Northeast for Ben Sanderson. Billy Root given LBW for 5, and Northeast being caught by Vasconcelos at 3rd slip. Just the 3 slips for Rafi Weatherall. And that's gone.
Oh, what a good bowling change.
He picks up Kieran Carlson. Lucky you're sat up here, Phil. Rafi Weatherall gets his first wicket of the game, 2nd wicket of his first-class career. And Glamorgan are 27 for 4.
Well, what a good bowling change. Well done, Luke Proctor, and well done, Rafi Weatherall, because I think that gets everyone out in world cricket at any time. Let's have a look at it. I don't think he's missed a straight one. I think that's gone away off the pitch, as we'll see here on replay. Wide of, oh my goodness me. That's kind of pitched off stump, hit off stump from wide on the crease. So it's done an enormous amount. And Carlson, who's played a bit of cricket now, just looks around and nods and thinks, yeah, that gets me out. That's fair enough. Not much you can do about that. No. Very little you can do. Well bowled. And I was surprised to see Ben Sanderson taken out of the attack. But Rafi Weatherall has said, no, leave it to me, Ben. You know, I've got this covered. And that is an absolute beauty. There is literally nothing that a batsman can do here. Yeah, that's gone like a leg break almost. Well bowled.
I'm just enjoying that, Phil.
Yeah.
That is incredibly good by Rafi Weatherall, picking up his first wicket of the day, that of Kieran Carlson for 7. The new batter to the crease for Glamorgan is Chris Cook. He joins Colin Ingram in the middle. Ingram yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, that's an absolute beauty. And Rafi Weatherall showed that he can move the ball away from the left-hander. Particularly last week, he bowled a lot at left-handers and went across the left-handers very well, nipping the ball away from the edge of the left-hander's bat, the outside edge of the left-hander's bat. And there he's gone away from the edge of the right-hander's bat with great accuracy, decent pace. He's got a huge smile on his face at the end of his run, and well might he have, because it's on a string for him right now. Game's great. Cricket's brilliant. He loves it.
Oh, and that's come back a long way. There's an appeal from behind the stumps. Rafi Weatherall was more interested in doing the fielding there, but that's moved a mile off the pitch. Welcome to the crease, Chris Cook. I think you're going to struggle to get one better than that first up. It's come back a long way. Good pace, bounce as well.
Yeah.
As you said, it doesn't get much better for Rafi Weatherall at the moment.
Yeah, he's got it on an absolute string right now.
Down the leg side.
Talked him into that.
And that is going to go down as 4 runs as Chris Cook gets a bit of bat on that one. Gets himself off the mark. And I don't know whether Manus wasn't that far away, was he?
You've seen those calls.
Yeah.
You could see Chris Cook kind of puffing his cheeks out there because it didn't escape. It was a great effort by the keeper. Had he caught it, it would have been a career catch, that. But sometimes they go a bit finer than that, and you do end up getting a strangle down there. But the sixth best ball of the over, if we could put it that way, to finish the over, but the other 5 were very, very good, and gets himself onto the score sheet immediately with an absolute beauty, Rafi Weatherall. So, yeah, I was talking to a couple of the coaches in the setup about Rafi, trying to get a bit of insight into him and what he does. And they both said his stock delivery goes away from the right-hander, as Carlson found, but he can go across the lefty as well. That's a great attribute to have. And he's only going to get better. He's very, very young. He's only going to get better.
Well bowled by Chris Tremaine. Yeah, we learnt last week, didn't we, about the speed gun here at Northamptonshire, and it differs slightly to what you would expect to get from a broadcast on Sky, for example. So we know that it's 4 to 5 mile an hour different. And Rafi Weatherall's running in there at 78, 79 mile an hour. So we've got an 83, 84, and undoubtedly going to get a little bit quicker mile an hour seamer on our hands here at Northamptonshire, which is incredibly exciting. Nicely bowled by Chris Tremaine. I don't know, did you listen to his post-match conversation following the debut wicket?
I did not.
Just speaks really well.
Does he?
Yeah, really, really well. Really nice lad. Incredibly thoughtful with his responses. You could see how excited he was when he had a chat with Toby at the end of, I think it must have been day 2, was it? I think.
Good for him. Yeah. I mean, he's not exactly homegrown. He came to us from Buckinghamshire, but that's pretty close. But it's sort of a domestic young fast bowler. Northants haven't had so many of those over the years. We helped Ollie Stone come through, and David Willey as well would be in that bracket. But they've been few and far between, really. So it is exciting to have a young fast bowler come through straight into cricket with Northants.
4 slips for Chris Tremaine. Colin Ingram defends that one into the offside. This is a tough task for Glamorgan today, isn't it?
Oh, very much so.
The cloud cover is thick and plentiful. The lights have been on. They're obviously off at the moment. The ball's doing plenty. You've got 2 high-class, highly experienced seamers opening the bowling with a bit of an unknown, exciting quantity as first change. That's squirted away. Nicely played by Colin Ingram. That's going to run away up. Oh, there is a slight hill, isn't there, here towards the heavy suite and the players' lounge. So Colin Ingram gets himself off the mark with a boundary 4. It must be, with your coaching hat on, Rafi Weatherall played 1 game of first-class cricket. I'm going to sound like I know what I'm talking about here, but
you do. There's
not going to be a lot of tape about Rafi Weatherall, is there?
No.
How do you prepare for a debutant or a 2 or 3 game player, if that makes sense, that you've not really seen before? How do you go about doing that?
Okay. So, I mean, that will fall on the analyst's shoulders. I think the analyst at Glamorgan is David Harrison, I think, who also is the assistant coach. I think he has people probably from the university who come on and code the games and so on, press the buttons. But I think David Harrison has certainly occupied that responsibility for quite a while. If he's not still got it, I think he might still have it. So he will be wanting to find out basically, what does he do? What's his stop ball? And he's only played 1 game, so what's his stop ball? And the conversation will be, Weatherall takes it out from the right-hander. Be careful, he can run one back. That'll be it. There's very little out there. What you don't really do is making things up and trying to join dots that don't exist. And the truth is, Rafi Weatherall probably doesn't know quite yet what he brings.
Oh, is that carried?
It's not carried.
Oh, I'm just short of Emilio Gay. Just as we were talking up Rafi Weatherall, he doesn't know what he brings just yet. He's nicked off.
Well, he
Chris
may not.
Cook.
You know, he may, and that's going to
No, of
develop.
course.
That's the point I was trying to make.
No,
That's going to develop.
I agree. It's not far away, is it?
No, but credit to the batter. Look where that bat is.
Yeah.
That has not passed his front pad. So he has let the ball come to him. There's bend in the front knee, and it generally goes down if you do that. If he pushes at that, it carries. He's gone ski.
Oh, and that one's come back, and Chris Cook's done really well to get bat on that. That was late, wasn't it? The bat came down.
It was.
Defends that to Chris Tremaine.
But I think that's good batting. You know, that late. Yes, it did look like he was a bit rushed, but in his mind is that one's gone away from me on the front foot. If this one goes away, I don't want to be playing at it from that length. Okay, it's come back. I'll drop a bat on it, and it looks a bit hurried. But I think that's good batting. Certainly, the edge that didn't carry, he gets the benefit of the doubt from me there.
Yeah, he's playing it late, isn't he? He's playing Rafi Weatherall late, and I suppose the game plan for Glamorgan at the moment is just stay out there. You obviously need to be proactive in order to try and score runs.
You have to score. Yeah,
lost 4 wickets now. These two have really got to just stay out there, and if it does mean the scoring rate goes down a touch, so be it. But can't afford to lose any more.
Stick in as long as you can, and from the bowler's perspective, get him forward.
Yeah,
get him forward. So there's nothing for that. He's a bit disappointed with that delivery. So Rafi, so just in terms of action, you know, he does. There is a bit of side bend at the crease. The bowling arm comes very much to the perpendicular, and the body sort of goes away. So it's not bang upright as some are. I think sort of, you know, who could we think about here? Hazelwood, the Australian bowler, is very upright on release. Rafi Weatherall's body is away, so his bowling arm comes away. Can get a bit. Well, that's very upright. That's lovely there. And actually, that ball finished straight. I often look at bowlers where they finish their follow through to tell me what's going on at the crease, because where they finish is a result of where their energy is gone at the crease. That ball, he finished a lot straighter to the cut strip. The previous ball, he finished away from the cut strip. Whether he's varying his place on the crease, I don't know. But really, the straighter, the better on follow through in general. And there, he's just got off the cut strip. So there's a little bit of variation. That last ball seemed a bit slower. I don't think it came out quite as well. One thing that a young fast bowler has to manage here is his adrenaline in some ways. In terms of, I've seen plenty of young fast bowlers who just blow themselves out very quickly. You know, they bowl 12 effort balls and they've got nothing in the tank. Yeah. You've got to sort of manage yourself a little. He's not going to be long spells today. There's plenty of other options. But just manage yourself through your over. He was just blowing a little bit hard at the end of that over. That last ball was a little slower, a little down on pace, but yeah, he's exciting. I'm really going to enjoy watching him over the next 2 or 3 years.
Chris Tremaine continues into his 7th over. Colin Ingram defends that one back to the bowler. I think that just the overriding emotion that I've picked up from Rafi Weatherall so far in the brief encounters that I've had with him, once at the service station this morning and post play on day 2 or day 3, was just overriding excitement. Brilliant. Just a huge smile on his face this morning. I think it must have been about 7:30. I think at the service station, still smiling, ear to ear, beaming. Couldn't wait to get up here today.
Did he have his kit on?
He did, yeah. Not full white, I will say.
Had his spikes on, ready to go.
But last week, Emilio Gay and Luke Proctor had that 189-run partnership against Middlesex, and Emilio Gay spoke so highly of that mature and father-like figure that Luke Proctor gave in that partnership, and he said it was great fun to bat with him. He calmed me down. Rafi Weatherall is going to have the same benefit with Luke Proctor as a captain here. He's a seam bowling captain himself. He's been there. He's done it. Mm-hmm. He's going to look after him properly, isn't he? And that's great as well for Rafi.
It is. I want to see Chris Tremaine bowl around the wicket.
Yeah, he stayed over, hasn't he, throughout the entirety of the spell so far.
Hey, look at this. Look, I think I've done this before. Look, he's coming around the wicket.
I mean, all I would say, Phil, is I hope they're not listening.
I'm happy with that.
Change of angle. Colin Ingram's just retaken his guard.
Ball full, he'll fall over it, shin him, LBW gets Sue Redfern back in the game.
Heard it here first. In comes Chris Tremaine.
Or
not quite. Not quite. It's a dot ball anyway. Ingram just turns it into the leg side. That's Ben Sanderson doing the fielding there at mid-wicket. Still the 4 slips. Safe save at backward point. George Bartlett at mid-off. Luke Proctor mid-on. Ben Sanderson just in front of square. It's not really a mid-wicket there. Is he having a chat with Graham Lloyd? And then Rafi Weatherall just having a graze down in front of the Spencer Lounge, having a breather before he makes his way back over to continue his spell. Chris Tremaine, 1 for 19 so far. That's nicely played by Colin Ingram, who I thought for a second was just shaping up for a cover drive there, but thought better of it.
Yeah, it did look like there was going to be some violence committed, didn't it? Very wide on the crease there. You've got to be careful coming round the wicket that you don't get your foot on the return crease there, because on your back foot that could be a no ball, which has happened in the past. It's difficult umpiring that, but in terms of seeing that, you know, particularly on the back foot, he was quite wide there. Let's get this full. I guess get him driving.
Oh, and that's a beauty from Tremaine to finish his 7th. 7 overs, 1 for 19 from the Australian, and 14 overs have been done, bowled even. 35 for 4.
Yeah, that last ball, yeah, it was probably a no ball actually with a back foot there, but just a play miss. I don't think the ball misbehaved. Ingram looking to hit that squarer than perhaps it was entitled to be hit. It was quite a straightish ball, but there is intent to score, which there has to be. 35 for 4. It's not just a case of cover up. The ball is nipping around a little bit. You know, if you just decide to cover up and don't look to score, it probably means that you don't get into good positions to defend. You know, I often think about that. If your intent is to score, you get into good positions to play or leave as well. So positive in defence, positive in attack is the way to go. So yeah, Rafi Weatherall, here he comes. He thinks cricket's the best thing ever. 2 overs, 1 for 4 at the minute, and he's landing on a sixpence most of the time. 4 slips in play. 2 balls to the Glamorgan captain Cook, who's a little slow to get forward. Played it on the move in the end, played it comfortably enough. But yeah, I kind of picked up earlier that Cook is predominantly sitting back on the back foot. He does get forward. He's got to get forward in England for sure, but sort of reluctantly getting forward there, which just gives the ball a little bit more margin on length. And that's got to be spotted and exploited. As it was there. Perfectly so. Again, finding the outside edge of Cook's bat. And again, what Cook has done well, and we'll see this on replay, is that he's decelerated the bat into contact. So they're all a little firmer than last time, but it still didn't carry to Emilio Gay, who actually made a good stop. But you don't want that running through the slits for 4, because that's just horrible as a bowler. But Emilio Gay got enough hand on it to prevent that. Don't want the batsman to get away here. Keep bowling at this guy. Back of a length. Nicely turned into the leg side. Again, a little ooh and ah from behind the stump suggests the ball ran back into the right-hander. But one of the benefits of sitting back there on the back foot is that you will be able to play that one more comfortably. If he's on the front foot pushing at that could go back through the gate. But on the back foot, he's just played it nicely. Sets up, as you can see on the screen, sets up very open. So his back toe is on middle stump and his front toe is well outside leg stump. A bit like a man on the ground here at the moment. Peter Willey, but unlike a Peter Willey drive, he doesn't make any contact with that one. And it goes through quite low to Lewis McManus. It's a good stop. So it's a very open stance, a la Peter Willey. He'll probably shape up better. Yeah, so that's done him on the inside edge. I thought he played over that. Did him on the inside edge, a little bit of movement back in. Another day, he gets a bit of a tickle on that and it clatters into off stump. The intent get bat on ball down the ground. He gets bat on ball there, but again, he's got a moral victory for the bowler. James Sales chases from 4th slip, prevents a 3rd run as they come back comfortably for 2. So this is a good contest. Rafi Weatherall looking to get the ball full, looking to get Cook forward. Cook unwilling to get totally forward because of the movement that's on offer. Doesn't want to nick off, has nicked a few. Previous ball in through the inside edge, that one catching a thick outside edge. So plenty of movement on offer and plenty of skill being shown by Rafi Weatherall. That one's a hit ball, hit very crisply into the leg side. Wow, he timed that well. Nicely fielded by Ben Sanderson to prevent the run. So yeah, an eventful over. At the end of it, 4 runs, I think, added to, no, 2 runs added to the scoreboard, but an eventful over. And again, a number of moral victories for the bowler. Edge that didn't carry, edge that went through 4th slip, and one that went back through the gate, a big booming drive. So there's a bit going on.
Plenty going on. Plenty to keep Luke Proctor and Rafi Weatherall interested through that over.
I wanted to call him Kurt Cobain then.
Who?
Chris Tremaine. It just, I nearly...
You can if you want.
Yeah, that would be a good bowling change, wouldn't it? It'd be quite interesting to see Kurt Cobain bowling at this time.
Bowls?
I don't think so. Chris Tremaine bowls rather than Kurt Cobain. Bang on it. It's gone back over the wicket to Colin Ingram. Colin Ingram. It's not difficult, is it?
Depends who you ask.
Yeah, I wanted to put a G on Colin. That's what caught me out there. Colin, and then I've got nowhere to go.
Just got a bit excited, trying to merge the 2 words together.
Kingram.
Have you ever seen, is it Richard Osman's House of Games in the last round where you have to kind of mash you've kind of done that with Colin Ingram.
That's exactly what I've done.
Point for Phil Rowe.
Tremaine coming in from the Lynn Wilson end. For me, that's on the money. That's what you want. Wasn't quite a full half volley. Batter's entitled to have a drive at that if he chooses to. He chose to. Got a good bat on it. Well stopped at a sort of a wide, short mid-on or straightish extra cover would probably be more accurate. By George Bartlett back into the side. No run. But I want Ingram driving. I think that's the way we get him out. That's well bowled. Given the ball a chance, Tremaine today. That one just back of a length.
He's into it, that 8th over now, isn't he? Chris Tremaine, so far in this spell, 7.3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19.
He's asked Ben Sanderson to go from just on the one, just in front of square on the leg side. He sent him out to pasture at deep forward square, which might indicate bumper.
You wouldn't, would you?
I'm not sure. I'll get off the fence in a minute. Tremaine comes in and bowls a back of a length ball. It's turned to exactly where Ben Sanderson was fielding. And so as he's got to come in off the boundary now, they walk through for a run. And Chris Tremaine is dirty with himself, as they say in Australia. He's a wee bit disappointed that he's putting the man back, and he looks, mate, I look like a mug.
It was a gimme ball, wasn't it? For Colin Ingram, as he just turned it into the leg side with no pressure at all. There was no kind of jeopardy involved with the shot.
I like this matchup though. I like this matchup because Tremaine, if he bowls that full length, will encourage Cook to get forward. And I think that's good for us. That's full. He does get forward. It was a slightly too full and pushed it firmly out to point. Ben Sanderson seems to be fielding every ball at the minute.
Can't keep him out of the game.
He's everywhere.
I suspect, I don't know, but I would imagine he'll probably be bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end before too long. I can't believe Chris Tremaine's going to have... Is he going to have a 9 over spell in his legs?
No.
8 feels like quite a lot.
Unless he gets a wicket this ball. I would like to see Sando from this end, and I think Sando would as well with the wind at his back. Doesn't very often get that opportunity. So the last ball of this over from Tremaine is back of a length, and Cook has a waft at it. It flies through to the keeper. I think that will be sufficient from Chris Tremaine. He's deliberately not looking at the captain. Lewis McManus, the vice-captain, is looking at the captain. They're having a chat. And we shall see what ensues. But I would imagine that we'll see a bowling change at this end.
Yeah, James Sales is another week on, isn't he? He didn't bowl much last week against Middlesex, which posed us questions, didn't it? Whether he was 100%, obviously did fantastically with the bat to bring up his maiden first-class 100 against Middlesex, but from memory, he had a couple of spells, didn't he? A couple of 4 or 5 over spells.
4 in the first one, I think. They bowled quite nicely.
Yeah, I thought it was very impressive
with that sponge that they were playing with.
Was it that good?
Rafi Weatherall, who is very good, comes in from the David Capel end, gets driven very firmly by the left-handed Colin Ingram straight to mid-off. There's no run.
6 overs. 6 overs for James Sales last week against Middlesex.
In the game.
In the game, yeah.
4 and 2.
But that said, Luke Proctor was blessed with choices last week, wasn't he?
He was indeed. Field change being signalled. Yeah, not sure about this. Taking 4th slip out. He comes out. James Sales comes out to point. Save to extra cover. A full ball again, and good intent from Colin Ingram, looking to get into that length that Rafi Weatherall is looking to dominate, looking to get into his area, try and take that away from the bowler. Pushes it firmly up to mid-on. As a bowler, happy with that. If he's coming firm at that length, keep doing that. Try and get that line a little bit more off stump and going across if he can. That one just on the hip, missed out Ingram there. Yeah, he'll just feel he wanted to connect with that. Left-handers don't miss many there, and they do get a bit cross with themselves when they miss out because it's a bit of a free hit. You're definitely guaranteed 1 if you get anything on it. Generally 2, and very often if you get it fine enough, you pick up 4. But that one he missed. Hit him on the hip, so no run. Let's get this guy driving. And that one is 4 leg byes as Rafi just lost his line again. Ingram tried to turn it into the leg side, missed it. It did hit the thigh pad, and that time evaded everyone. Went very, very fine down the ground, 4 leg byes.
I think that's been given as runs, Rowie.
I think it's not.
Fair enough.
I thought he signalled. But anyway, come back to me on that, please. Yeah. Certainly there was a pre-signal from the umpire. Scorers will talk to you about pre-signal, where the umpire just puts his hand out to indicate to the scorers, don't put it down as runs because there's a proper signal coming.
Okay.
Whether he then followed through with that intent, I don't know. That's what I took my lead from. That one was round the wicket from Rafi Weatherall, changed from over the wicket, comes round the wicket, sort of short wide. It was flailed away. It wasn't totally in control, Colin Ingram, but got enough of it. It went through where a gully fielder would have been, or actually just a bit squarer than that even away. There's no one at third man, so he picks up 4. Not totally in control, but again, we're seeing, as should be the case, that Glamorgan recognise they must take what's on offer. They must try and put a bit of pressure on the bowlers by scoring when they can. Just dropped short from Rafi Weatherall this time and effortlessly pulled for a maximum by Colin Ingram. He is known as a very, very good player of the short ball. That ball wasn't that short, actually. It didn't really get up. But Ingram just really stood still and just smote the ball away well in front of square for 6. So probably his least accurate over of his career so far. I think, having seen all of his career so far, I think it would be fair to say that. Not enough drive balls there, fuller balls on around off stump. Rafi Weatherall just lost his length a wee bit and was punished fully as a result of that.
Onto it like a flash, wasn't he? So quick. The hand speed, I think, to that shot. So, quick enough that it's cleared that football stand and the brick wall of driveway width behind that football stand. It's just in somebody's back garden now. So we've got...
Rafi's not the first bowler to be hit into Clark Road.
No, I don't suspect he's going to be the last.
You're talking to one who has been hit into Clark Road.
How many? How many have you been hit into?
Only one.
Only one.
Okay. Only one. Race 1, father of Graham and Alec, hit me into Clark Road when I was playing for the Colts team against the old Northamptonians here at the ground. And the next ball knocked his off stump over.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Get that one in. Slide it in there, Robbie.
I really hope Ray's listening to that because he will be furious if he is. I didn't get Ray out very often. Probably never again, to be honest. But that there we go.
Mm.
Miracles do happen. He blamed the fact that we took forever to change the ball.
Right.
I remember.
It wouldn't be the batter's fault, would it?
Absolutely not.
Let's hope that this this 17-over-old Dukes that's come out of the box is going to do as much for Northants as the one that Colin Ingram's just, rudely just dispatched out. Not a bad tactic if you get one with not much of a seam on it, though, isn't it?
Well, that's true enough. Sanderson from the Lynn Wilson end. Guess what? Straight on the money. Pitches goes away from the right-hander. And what he's done well there is miss it. Let's have a look on replay. We'll look at the movement. This is a very good matchup for Northants. Oh, yeah, that's an absolute beautiful ball. You can almost see Ben Sanderson pulling back on the ball as it releases. His fingers are so good. You kind of get the feel. You can almost hear the seam being ripped down the fingers ripping down the back of the ball. You get backward rotation on the ball so it stands up as it did. Beautiful bowling. I enjoy seam bowling. Does that come across?
Yeah.
It's just poetry.
Yeah, you don't hide it well.
It's proper cricket.
Would you take seam bowling over spin bowling? Would that be your preference?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think I'd go the other way.
We were developing a lovely friendship then.
I'm so sorry, Phil.
Oh,
would you like me to get my bag and go?
Gee whiz. No, I can convince you. It's just going to take a while. I'll turn you onto proper cricket. Ben Sanderson, who was a proper cricketer, from the Lynn Wilson end. That one is just fifth stump, just outside. Chris Cook saying, no, I'm not having anything to do with that. Because although there's width on offer, that's a dangerous length if I try and drive at that. It's not all about the line. The length can still get you out. If you're injudicious on your selection, you drive at a good length ball, no matter what line it is, you can nick it. Chris Cook knows that. He's played before. Lets that one go by. Where do we begin? How can I begin with this conversation?
My first word, if I were you, would be James.
Oh, my goodness me. That has pitched, bounced and left Chris Cook. There is nothing he can do. Rather like the dismissal earlier in the game of Carlson. Pitched and left him from Rafi Weatherall. Oh, crikey, there's nothing you can do about that. Has to play. If that ball continues and just runs in a fraction, it hits the stumps. It doesn't do that. It pitches, bounces and leaves the right hand. Almost too much in a way. Too much to miss the edge. To catch the edge, I should say. So a little bit fuller to get it next time. That is a little bit fuller and straighter. It's well defended. And we see there Chris Cook making an adjustment. First time he's done that, looking to get a little bit further down the wicket. He's recognised that with the skill of Ben Sanderson, he's got to do something. He can't just play from the crease. All of the time anyway. First word would be James.
Second would be Anderson.
Oh, yeah, that's a good start, isn't it? I was going to go further back, actually.
That'd probably be the end of my argument, to be completely honest.
Sando to try and join the dots up. He does join the dots up. It's a maiden. Few oohs and ahs, but well played by Chris Cook. The end of another Ben Sanderson maiden. His first from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end. He's now bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 11. I think to continue. Oh, no, it's not. There is going to be a bowling change. So Rafi Weatherall, who went for a few in his last over, 4 overs for 16. That one excellent wicket is off. Luke Proctor replaces him. I am always pleased to see Luke Proctor with the ball in his hand. He's probably got, for his ability, probably got modest career numbers. Dan, you might, with your technological skill, be able to furnish me with those numbers. I suspect they might be more modest than his skill level suggests. He's going to start to the left-handed Ingram. Starts with a full ball. Ingram thinks about driving, thinks better of it, and defends it square of the wicket to James Sales. No run.
147 wickets in 137 matches. Average of 36 with a strike rate of 64 for Luke Proctor with the ball.
Yeah. So I think my comment of modest applies. That one swung. It's full. It swung back into Ingram, who Was looking to play a lot straighter than that, got a thick inside edge. It was a very full ball, given every chance to swing, or if it did seem to catch the edge, it seemed to swing quite a bit because it got, Ingram was looking at his bat there, very thick inside edge, went square of the wicket for a single. We haven't seen great swing so far. We've seen seam movement. We haven't seen a lot of swing. That ball looked as though it swung. I might be wrong. We've got the right-handed Cook on strike. Played a beautiful punch off the back foot for 4 runs. And it was a no ball as well, just to add insult to injury. This is right up Chris Cook's alley because he sits, as I said earlier, with weight on the back foot. Doesn't really need to transfer his weight massively because that's kind of where it is. And that is in his hitting area. And as all Glamorgan batters have done well, they've been positive, and when they've got scoring opportunities, they've looked to take them. That was a scoring opportunity. Well taken by Chris Cook. You've almost got to bowl drive balls here.
I think, like you said last week, you're in a position here where you have to risk being hit, don't you?
Definitely.
And interestingly, with Luke Proctor coming on, they have actually filled cover now with Rafi Weatherall, whereas in the build up to all the overs that have preceded this one so far, cover's been wide open for the Glamorgan batters, hasn't it?
It has indeed. And again on the back foot, turned into mid wicket, safe saved as the fielding.
He's very comfortable there, isn't he? The two that I would say that Rafi Weatherall drew Chris Cook forward did bring those edges that obviously didn't carry through to Emilio Gay at second slip. But he looks very, very assured of himself and very comfortable just on the back foot in his zone.
Slightly fuller, just into middle and leg on the angle. Nicely played into the leg side. Well fielded by Safe Zabe there. Got across to his left really, really quickly. Nice work. That's good to see the bowlers backing up the batters. Here's something for you. Rafi Weatherall loves a crouch. See him often with both hands on knees. Just crouching. That's the length we need to bowl. Full enough to bring the sort of half push drive up to mid-off. No run. It was well played by Chris Cook, but that's the length that's going to get wickets. Yeah, he loves a crouch.
I'm going to keep an eye on that because I've not noticed. We need Ben on Rafi Cam. If you spot it, Ben, bring it up on the stream.
He's got a kind of Prince Charles hands behind his back at the moment. Oh no, King Charles. He's done a promotion, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had an upgrade.
So Rafi Weatherall doing a King Charles impression, but he does often do a Phil Rowe misput impression with both hands on knees.
Oh, another one.
Another put. Yeah. Apparently, I had some feedback during last week's golf trip that I thought that was in quite a lot. Thought that was in, and it never was. He's crouching. Rafi Weatherall is crouching. Can confirm. Backward point.
Well, he can't have achy knees at 19 years old, can you, Rafi Weatherall?
Let's hope not. Okay, Ben Sanderson starting this over round the wicket to Colin Ingram, the left-hander. Oh, I think that's not out. Yeah. It's shaping back in. Ingram didn't really move his feet. That was a perfect length in that I think Ingram didn't know whether to come forward or back to that length. We see it on replay. Well, I've seen worse shouts. Was he outside the line? Was it too high?
What's this sign to me is, has he hit it?
I think he might have hit it.
That was the question that Ben Sanderson asked Sue Redfern there.
I think he might have hit it.
I was just making that's how a club cricketer would, or I would interpret it. I just wanted to make sure that proper cricketers would kind of do the same thing.
Yeah. It wasn't a fully fledged appeal, was it? There was a bit of doubt in the appeal.
It was we'll ask the question because we'll take it if you're going to give it. But
there's a bit of umpire management probably going on. No, this is any umpire. It doesn't matter who the umpire is. Hit that, didn't you? Good to see. Yeah, get that. And just butter the umpire a little bit. So when you go through the roof with your full appeal, that's driven at by Colin Ingram. Not convincingly, but he played it late enough to get it off a thick outside edge. It runs down through backward point for 4. Ben Sanderson thinks the world's against him. He's got a double teapot on. You're entitled to get thick edges here. You know, the ball is moving around. Colin Ingram will think, well, you know, I had a drive at it, and I got it down. I've done pretty well there. Ben Sanderson will think, you've been quite lucky there, Colin, old chap, or words to that effect. So there's going to be a field change or several field changes.
Well, he's got 12 of his 20 runs through that region so far. Some more convincing than others. The flash drive, the over before, obviously flew. I think it would have cleared a gully if there was a gully there anyway.
Yeah, there's a gully there now.
There is. I'm not surprised. As I say, 12 of those 20 have come through that deep third region.
Good captain.
Very close at gully, isn't he?
He is close. Oh, it's very full again. Ben Sanderson went past the inside edge of some bat it had jammed down on it. This looks a good matchup. Very, very side-on setup from Ingram. That one pitches, so it continues on its line. Ingram kind of falls around it, cuddles it a little bit. Not exactly sure what it hit, probably inside edge onto thigh. So still quite a bit of movement available to the Northampton seamers. That one's nicely played off the splice of the bat. Ingram looking to get forward. Runs it into the offside. 63 for 4. So, yeah, Glamorgan going at just over 3 and over. They have, as you were saying, Dan, they have scored a number of boundaries, and a lot of those have run off a thick edge. That tells you a bit about the movement that's on offer. It tells you also that the Glamorgan batters have managed to control thick edges rather than going too wholeheartedly in the ball carrying to fielders. That one's straighter and nicely played back down the ground to finish Ben Sanderson's 7th over.
He played that one with a lot of confidence as well, Colin Ingram. It was a full face of the bat, wasn't it? It was a positive defensive shot, which I think is just going to be really difficult to play at the moment with the cloud cover, with the ball, with the tinge of green on the pitch just looks like it's kind of just going off a little bit. It doesn't look quite as green, which might sound ridiculous in what we had an hour and a half, I think now. Just looks like it's
no, I agree. It has changed colour a wee bit, hasn't it? It's gone a bit lighter. There is still movement available. It might be a little bit slower movement, possibly, but it is still there. Proctor to start this next over. That's very full to Chris Cook. Now there's an example, really, I think, of the compromise. I always think batting is a compromise. If you're going to be particularly strong in some areas, the likelihood is that there is a kind of an equal and opposite slight weakness in other areas. And that was a full half volley. If that ball's bowled to Kieran Carlson, he smashes that through extra cover. Chris Cook, who's predominantly looking to play off the back foot, slightly slower to get forward, still turn the strike over, picks up a single.
I think as well that they're in a position here where potentially there is an awful lot of risk involved with throwing your hands through that on an overpitch delivery, which I'm sure Chris Cook has the ability to lean into a cover drive, but 4 down for 60, once fractional error from that shot, he's suddenly 5 down for 60, and that scorecard just looks a little bit worse.
Certainly hands were accelerating. That's a pretty ordinary throw from Ben Sanderson. Bounced twice before it got to the keeper. As Colin Ingram was looking to get forward there and push firmly at the ball. Yeah, no, I agree. He lost his shape, Chris Cook, on a previous drive from a ball that Rafi Weatherall bowled, and it went between bat and pad. I think that one was a genuine half volley. This one they should perhaps have scored off. That's run across the left-hander, nicely bowled and nicely played by Colin Ingram. So the batters are being tested, as they have been tested since we started play late here on day one. They're just more up to the test right now. I think the ball is still moving. It's perhaps moving a little bit slower than it was. The wicket has changed colour slightly, got a little bit lighter, which tells you how damp it was to begin with. We haven't been out there that long. Slightly wider on the crease from Proctor. It's a nice line and length. Pushed out to extra cover. And no run. What's this partnership worth now? 37.
They've done really well, haven't they? Just to rebuild, just stabilise the Glamorgan innings, having lost those 4 wickets really quickly at the start of the day.
Looks quite comfortable over the wicket to the right-handers, Colin Ingram. And he's not looked in terrible trouble from round the wicket. I just feel that round the wicket is probably the way that we're going to get Colin Ingram out. Ben Sanderson has bowled equal number of balls really around the wicket and over the wicket to the left-handers. He's going to continue, which will be his 8th over, his 2nd spell from the Lynn Wilson end. It's 64 for 4. Ingram at the non-strikers end on 20, and captain Chris Cook on 11. He got 100 last week in their opening game against Derbyshire, so he's a man in a bit of form. It's difficult to read across, really, though, isn't it, from those first 2 rounds with the unmentionable ball to Redfern halting Ben Sanderson's approach. And we're now ready. Yeah, that's nicely played by Chris Cook. It wasn't a ball to drive at. He didn't drive at it. He kind of defensively blocked it with an open face, ran it through the gully area. There is a gully in, but it beat him on his left hand. Through the gully area, there's no third man, so they pick up 3.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? It's from a batting perspective, you've still got to go out there and you've still got to go and score those runs. And it's still remarkably impressive to bring up your career bests and your firsts and your doubles and all these other statistics that would have come around. I think there were 5 double hundreds last week.
Yeah,
in April. I think only the 3rd time in history that all of those games ended up in a draw as well.
Right.
But as you said, how much does that then carry forward with the, would you call it a status quo, I suppose, or the norm, so to speak, with the English seamers, with the Duke's ball? It's hard. It's really hard. Sorry, I'm just going to say it's Chris Cook's testimonial year at Glamorgan as well, with a load of events going on through the summer. We're obviously celebrating Rob Keogh's here at Northamptonshire this summer, but it is Chris Cook's as well.
That's interesting. So there's certainly aggression being attempted by Colin Ingram. He's standing outside his crease. The previous ball from Ben Sanderson, who's now round the wicket to him, pitched and left him, played and missed. That ball, he had a kind of a smear at that to try and get it away through the offside. And that's really credit to who Ben Sanderson is and his record and his potential and his skill, that Colin Ingram think I've got to get on top of this guy. If he just bowls at me, he's going to get me out with this matchup. That one is judiciously played defensively into the offside, very carefully watched.
It would be fair to say I've not seen a huge amount of Colin Ingram playing first-class cricket. Would have seen a lot more of him playing in the Blast, in the One Day Cup for Glamorgan and various other competitions around the world as well. So I'm not surprised that he wants to assert himself on Ben Sanderson here. As I say, I couldn't say that I know his temperament with red ball cricket exactly, but I can't imagine a strike rate of 50 is up his street, really, as he plays that shot nicely down the ground. I did get the pleasure of meeting him a couple of years ago when I went to Glamorgan and made a few bits of content with the team in Cardiff. I can say he's a cracking bloke.
Yeah,
really nice bloke.
Yeah, I don't know. I've picked that up over the time. That was nicely played. Out to half of the bat, but enough of it to go between the bowler and mid-off for 2. Ben Sanderson's gone back over the wicket now. Something that he does, he's sort of interchangeable, really. Some bowlers find it difficult. He settles in very quickly. Last ball of this over is a good length, thick inside edge in front of middle and leg. I'll pick up 2 as it goes just behind square to end that over. That over is the 22nd of the innings. Ingram moves on to 24, the score to 71 for 4. And the partnership to 44, which has been a very good partnership. I mean, it's 44, right? It's not 344, the sort of partnerships we were looking at last week. But in terms of difficulty, it might feel like it's at, perhaps 84 or something, because it has been difficult out there, and these two have played very well to still be there. The edge has been found a number of times. Generally, the ball's gone down off the outside edge. When it's carried, it's not quite carried sufficiently to the waiting slip cord. And so Luke Proctor will continue now into his third over, 2 overs for 8, looking to get the wicket. He's got to get the ball up and get Chris Cook driving. I think that's the best chance of a wicket for Northampton right now. He does that. And that's an example there. That's a pretty full ball that if you can imagine that ball being bowled to Sam Northeast, he probably times that either to or past mid-on. But Chris Cook's a little slow into that. He just, everything's a compromise, and he's a little bit back foot weighted, so a little bit slow to transfer to the front foot. But that's it. It's not the end of the world. You can't be good everywhere. He's better on that one. This is good. This is good from Luke Proctor. Good start to the over. 2 balls that are in challenging areas. He's in danger of getting driven for 4 both times, but that's where he needs to be. And there was good encouragement from the Northants fielders there, almost to say, yes, Proc, that's where we need to be. Get it up there.
You can see by his reaction post-shot that he's where he wants to be. He's not missing his length at the moment. He's bowling to the plan that he's setting. That's really just zipped off the surface to McManus, who almost takes that with a bit of a jump, doesn't he?
He does.
That might have just surprised him a little bit. It's come through with a bit more pace.
Oh, it just bounced, didn't it?
Yeah, just come through with a bit more pace than the keeper was expecting.
He's quicker than you think.
That's a catchphrase, isn't it?
Oh, that's well bowled. Give the batsman the benefit of the doubt. I think, he's just showing me. Thank you, Chris. He did play inside that one, actually. So it was effectively a leave. Gets drawn in. Oh, did he? I'm not sure. He indicated afterwards that he played inside it. Perhaps wished he had. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure he did with the benefit of the replay.
No, agreed.
But I think it was good mind games that he did.
Oh, that's well bowled. Just got stuck on the crease a wee bit there. There's a ball that maybe he could have been forward to. Interesting cricket, this. It's been a good over so far from Proctor. 5 balls gone. They've all been on the money. They've all tested. Can he make the last ball of this over really count and get the wicket of the captain? He can't. He bowled a good length ball, but the line was off. It's well left by Chris Cook. That's a maiden. Luke Proctor's first maiden. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 8. There's going to be a conversation between Graham Lloyd and Sue Redfern. There's waving going on.
Yeah, we're having the lights on again, I think, Phil. I keep checking the radar, and it keeps coming up telling me that there might be a chance of, unfortunately, some precipitation. It never really arrives. So it's good that it doesn't get here. But it is obviously just getting a little bit gloomy out there again. So looks like the floodlights are going to get turned back on again. In fact, they're going off for bad light.
Oh, that surprises me. Is that light? Is it drizzling or something?
Well, the covers, as you can imagine, are coming on. I don't think it's drizzling, Phil, because the ground staff aren't making a huge effort to grab the ground sheets. So
it's not lunch, is it, or something? No, because they're bringing the covers on. They're taking the stumps out.
Yeah.
What? I don't understand. Are they going to take it? So if it is light, and I think you're probably right, Dan, I think it probably is light, then they should now take a reading, should they not?
I would say yes. And I don't know whether that's what they're about to do. It looks like they've just got a couple of notepads out in the middle there. You can just see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. But yeah, the players make their way off, and Glamorgan are 71 for 4 after. Well, they've rebuilt brilliantly, haven't they? Let's be fair here. Technically on stream here, it's suggesting rain, but unless the rain is not here yet, and I'm looking out the window seeing if I can spot any drizzle going across the the brick buildings that Colin Ingram's just deposited that 6 into. Nobody seems in any massive rush to get away from the open air stands here at Wantage Road, so that adds to the confusion slightly. But the covers are going on, as you can see, and officially rain stop play.
Yeah, I mean, I can believe that it's rain stop play, because I don't think it can be light, because it's not really changed, and we didn't go for the lights to help the light before going off. So I think it must be fine drizzle down that neither of us can see.
Would it be a preemptive? It looks like it's about to chuck it down. You might want to tidy this up before it's underwater type thing.
I wish umpires would do that more, because you do see rain clouds moving in frequently, don't you? And rain coming, and you can see it coming. And then once it comes, there's a mad scramble, and the wicket gets soaking wet before the covers can get out. So if it is preemptive, well done. Don't know. It doesn't look very wet from here.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Anyway, 71 for 4, 23 overs done. Glamorgan rebuilding nicely, but certainly Northamptonshire, having won the toss and elected to bowl first, have had the better of the two sides in these 23 overs. Well, we'll take a break, and we'll be back when it stops raining. And just like that, we're back. A very, very short break here at Wantage Road, which, well, was deemed to be for rain, wasn't it? But covers came on, covers went off pretty quickly. It obviously has rained a touch, but Ben Sanderson will continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Phil, I'm just going to go and put the microphone back outside. I went to bring it in because it's not allowed to get wet, so I'm going to go put it back.
Good work.
Over to you, sir.
I mean, you brought it in to avoid it getting wet during the rain break, where actually it wouldn't have got wet. But still, good work from Dan on microphone duties. So Ben Sanderson is going to start his 9th over, his 4th from this Lynn Wilson in his 2nd spell. He's going to bowl over the wicket. He's not yet because the umpire's chatting to Chris Lorraine and telling him to do his boots up.
Pardon?
That happened. That's brilliant. Do your boot up, Chris. And we can start. Sanderson into Ingram over the wicket. Bowls is driven down the ground. Luke Proctor fields, doesn't field, and then fields again. And then doesn't field. Perhaps it has rained because it did feel like it was a bit of a bar of soap. But that's life, boy.
Long barriers. Basics.
Get a long barrier.
There we go. See, if I was Luke Proctor, I'd have done one when the ball had stopped moving, just for comic value at the end there. The only thing really that has changed, Phil, post break, I guess, is the fact the floodlights are on.
The floodlights are on. The lights are on. Sanderson in goes across the left-hander who's coming down the wicket, trying to get into his space. He leaves it because it was a bounced ball. It ball bounced across the left-hander.
And actually, I'd say they're having quite a big impact in the middle.
The lights?
Yeah. I would say they're having quite a strong impact at the minute. But they definitely didn't go off for bad light because no reading was taken.
No, they didn't go off for bad light. No.
I don't know whether it was it wouldn't have been a case of let's go off for a couple of minutes, turn the lights on and come back again, because they're fairly instant, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. That ball's fuller from Ben Sanderson. It's attempted to be defended out into the offside. It actually is defended off a thick inside edge down behind square on the leg side. They go through for a single. There has been a change in the field prior to that ball, which was a catcher has come in from gully effectively into mid-wicket for the left-handed Ingram. I'm not entirely sure about that as a bowling change, as a fielding change, I should say. But enough of that, because we've now got a change. We've got the right-handed Cook. He's got Ben Sanderson to face with 3 slips, 3 men saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and a long leg. Sanderson bowls a full ball. Cook, for the first time, really advancing down the wicket a little bit, turns it firmly, positively up to mid-on. There's no chance of a run as Luke Proctor fields well to his right. Pulls his shirt over his hands and polishes the ball.
I think what's been quite nice from Northamptonshire, although this partnership is built and these two have done incredibly well in the conditions and against the seam bowling attack and the quality that Northants have got available, is they haven't been able to rotate the strike much. Those runs have come in twos, haven't they? A lot of the time.
Yeah,
so
that's a good point.
Sanderson and Proctor have been able to bowl at a specific batter. Ingram feels like he's faced a lot of Ben Sanderson, and Chris Cook would have felt like he's faced a lot of Luke Proctor. So for them to have been able to have rotate the strike in this order or in this over could be a good thing for Glamorgan.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Very few singles, isn't there? Given the 72 and they're scoring at 3s and thereabouts. Yeah, very few. Sanderson's last ball of this over is slightly down the leg side. Cook falls over it a little bit, doesn't manage to catch up with it. He rehearses the shot he wishes he'd played, which basically he would have played had he not just overbalanced a little bit, but he missed out on one on the leg side. So uneventful. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for... Let me start that again. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 23 for Ben Sanderson. Whether he'll have another one remains to be seen. He's bowled 9 overs now of the 24 that have been bowled. Luke Proctor is into his 4th over. I wonder if it's time for Chris Tremaine to have another couple, or you'd bring James Sales, or would you go Rafi Weatherall? Where are you going, Captain Dan? You've got the armband.
Well, I don't know whether Save's just thrown me a complete pup, but he's just rolled his shoulders over. And I don't know whether that was an enthusiastic warm up from Safe, just to kind of say I can bowl if needed. I wouldn't have thought they'd go left arm finger spin at the moment with the ball doing what it's doing, but you never know.
No.
If it was me, do you know what? I'd be tempted here if Rafi's ready to go again. I think I'd say have a change of ends and come back and get Colin Ingram out, because he's ruined your figures. He's hit you for 10 in 2 balls, and come back and get him.
Yeah.
And I'd back him to do that.
I wouldn't argue with that.
So there's where I'd go.
Yeah. For me, I wouldn't argue that. For me, it's a toss-up between him and Kurt Cobain, who occasionally goes by the name Chris Tremaine. One of those two, but probably go Rafi. I'd be with you. Proctor again from the David Capel end. Absolutely bang on the money. That's where he wants to live. Very nicely defended by Colin Ingram, who has looked very, very positive at points. It's been a nice mixture, hasn't it, of defence and attack. He's recognised balls that are in his area. He's tried to create a bigger area for himself by getting down the wicket a little bit, take length away from the ball. But when it's been a very good ball to defend or leave, he has done exactly that, and he's done it well. Just on cue, he gets a scoring opportunity. It's short and it's wide, and it's often followed by 4, isn't it? And it was short and wide. It was very nicely played by Colin Ingram, a man who likes width. It wasn't a particularly dangerous length as long as he didn't try and overhit it. And he hit it very hard, but he didn't try and overhit it. And it's gone right over to the far side of the ground, and it's lodged itself underneath. What would you call that? Trailer. I'd call that a trailer, on which the long planks of heavy wood are kept. And the job of those long planks of heavy wood is to keep the covers, the plastic sheeting down when it's windy.
Needed a few more than that last week, didn't we?
Apparently so.
Oh, no, you weren't here, were you?
No, but I heard about it.
You'd already gone,
I
hadn't you, by then?
I heard talk this morning. I heard talk. Proctor in. 5th ball of this over. He's on leg stump, turned up to mid-on. They think about a single. They both know that Ben Sanderson is quicker than he might appear to be, and they decline the opportunity for a run. Whilst talking about grounds equipment and ground staff, we've been criticised for missing an incredible piece of skill by the head groundsman, Craig Harvey. It's been brought to my attention, and there's video evidence been produced that Craig Harvey...
Who brought it to your attention? Phil?
Craig Harvey.
Oh.
Sent me a video earlier. We'll talk about that as Luke Proctor finishes that over. It's a nice line on length ball. Good judgment from Colin Ingram, lets that go through. He remains unbeaten on 29, 76 for 4. Yeah, so I've got as the rain break, or was it a rain break? As the players went off for a break, we think it might have been rain related. My phone beeped, and it was a video from the groundsman Craig Harvey. And what's this going to be? I thought, this is interesting. It wasn't interesting. What it was Craig Harvey flicking the ball up and underarming it back to the middle. And it was, the title of the video was, "How did you miss this incredible piece of skill?" So there we go, Craig. I said I'd get you a mention. Fantastic work from you. A few keepy uppies next time before you throw it back, and I'll mention it live. Ben Sanderson continues. That's a lovely cricket shot by Chris Cook. It was back of a length. It was about 5.5 stumps. Chris Cook, sitting on the back foot, plays it with a straight bat, finds the gap between cover and backward point for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's his wheelhouse there, isn't it, Chris Cook?
It is.
No need to take any movement forward. Quite happy for Ben Sanderson just to almost bowled at him there, didn't he? And it did bring up the 50 partnership as well. So 80 for 4 now the score for Glamorgan. Chris Cook has moved to 18. 50 off 88 balls.
And those last 2 balls actually could really be used to sort of sum up the way that this partnership has gone. It's now 53. They came in at 27 for 4, and they've advanced it really nicely to 80 for 4 through doing exactly what we've seen over the last 2 balls, scoring when they can and when they can't, playing with good technique and judgment, and being happy to defend when they need to defend. And they've done that pretty well, both those 2 skills. It feels like it's early days to say this, but in the context of the game, we may look back on this partnership and talk about it as being a very pivotal. It's got foundations. It's got found now they've got to build the house of this innings, of this recovery, around these very strong foundations that these two have laid. But looking at the batting order, next man in is Dan Douthwaite and James Harris. He scored runs last week in partnership with the captain. He's in at 8. Mason Crane, Brad Wheel and Mir Hamza complete the batting card for Glamorgan.
I think it's an incredibly impressive and an important partnership. As you said, came together 27 for 4 even. And at that stage there, I think if you're Northamptonshire, you think, well, if we get one more here, and that's no discredit to those batters coming through, you think, well, not to say that Northamptonshire wouldn't have thought they were right in there, but right in there at, say, 30 for 5.
Yeah.
And the two of them, with all their experience, have just settled it down slightly. It's been hard. It's been hard going, and the two of them have batted really nicely. Colin Ingram, when he's been given a boundary ball, he's really put it away, hasn't he? But the two of them just working really well together.
Yeah, we've talked about the individual judgment they've made on score and leave and play, defend and etc. And they've done those things really well. Over and above that, they've had an intent to score. They've had a positivity about them, so they've kind of communicated, we are going to score runs. We're not just going to absorb deliveries. We are going to try and score runs, and that makes a difference. It just puts the bowlers under a little bit more pressure to be tidy on their lines and lengths, and just to put that doubt in the mind. If I do make a mistake, I am going to be scored off, and that has happened. So Ben Sanderson did bowl that over. I thought that he might have taken the cap and jumper before that, and he's now bowled 10 overs. I suspect that's his 5th from this, and that might be the last of his spell. So we've still got that captaincy decision for Dan to make. Thinking, look, we've got a crouch. There is a crouch from Rafi Weatherall at deep point. Can we get Ben on that? Photographic evidence of the crouch, and he's just stood up. But I think my colleague could verify.
Yeah,
second crouch.
Fully on board.
Yeah. I fancy a wicket. Nick Slip. Oh, well bowled, Luke Proctor. Well bowled. Absolutely bang on the money. Well defended. Positively onto the front foot there from Chris Cook. A few times in the innings so far, he's been a little bit slow to transfer the weight fully onto the front foot. I did that really well there.
Yeah, he's settling in, isn't he? I think he's still kind of giving Northamptonshire the encouragement that there is a chance coming. There's a little bit of indecision, but I think as much of anything is that comes from the nature of the movement that the Northants bowlers have been able to extract from this pitch so far and through the air. I don't think it would be unkind for me to say that Captain Luke Proctor probably gets the least movement from the 4 that we've seen so far. Yeah,
Procky's a kind of more disturb the surface, run it back in, so it doesn't look... Yeah, I'd agree with that. He's got the thick edge just on cue. That's where we need to get him driving. He has driven. It's gone off a thick edge again, which suggests slower movement. The ball goes thicker. The ball goes square off the thicker edge. They get 2. It was a full-blooded drive. It was the ball in the right area. Wasn't able to get his top half of the body over the front knee. So the ball would have carried to a gully, would have been a sharp chance. There isn't a gully there. And he picks up 2. That's Fuller still, driven on the walk to mid-off, no run. So I'm wondering, Luke Proctor as captain will be thinking, should I have kept my gully in? It would have been a sharp chance. I'm guessing on the line also. Would it have gone straight to gully? Would it have gone through the gap? I'm not entirely sure. That's a nice line and length. Well played. Goes through slightly lower than others have, through to Lewis McManus.
Yeah, I don't know whether it would definitely have carried to a gully, wouldn't it?
I think it would.
Yeah, I think it would.
Yeah. It was a full It was a full go after it, wasn't it? Drive. He did go after that. Yeah, in general, though, you were saying about movement. Yeah, Luke Proctor more sort of run back in, or disturb the surface sort of bowler. He's disturbed the surface there. It's been cut away just behind square on the offside to Rafi Weatherall, who shows no signs of coming in for a bowl. Ben Sanderson shows signs that he's going in that direction.
Yeah, Tremaine was, Luke Proctor was just looking over towards the groundsman's hut and quarters. And in that eye line, unfortunately, both Northamptonshire players were looking back at him. One was Chris Tremaine and one was Safe Save. So I am none the wiser as to which one he may have been engaging in conversation. I would imagine Chris Tremaine.
Salesy over there as well?
Sales wasn't party of, or at least I didn't spot him to be party of that glance over. It was certainly Tremaine and Safe Save that were. One of them was engaged. The other one was optimistically looking at the captain for an opportunity to have another bowl.
Crouching, Rafi Weatherall.
Yeah, you've got him again. It's a hat trick, I think.
That's nicely bowled by Ben Sanderson, and it was really nicely played by Chris Cook. He almost played that movement off the pitch. He played it so late. It was very, very watchful. He didn't commit weight either backwards or forwards, so he kind of stood still to see what was going to unfold. And when the ball ran away slightly off the seam, he just sort of opened the face and ran it off half a bat down to third man for 2. So movement, as the wicket has changed colour a bit, drying out all the time, the movement has got a little bit slower. The ball has gone squarer off the thicker edge. Oh, that's a nice line. Well fielded at backward point by James Sales, a tumbling James Sales, and lovely line. Occasionally, Chris Cook has just got his head outside the line of his body, which has taken his weight over to the offside. Then he's got to find his way back to the ball, playing back into the ball, around the front pad effectively. He hasn't missed one of those yet. He didn't miss that one, but he did catch the edge of the bat. Had he missed that, there would have been an enormous appeal for LBW, I suspect. It's well bowled. That one is going down the leg side and is flicked down straight to Rafi Weatherall, whose throw somehow eludes Lewis McManus. Whether it was a bad throw or he just dropped it, I don't know, but the ball ended up on the floor.
Yeah, this time last week, those throws would have been coming into the square on the half volley, wouldn't they? Trying to get one side a little bit more lively than the other, but no need to do that today.
Round the wicket now from Ben Sanderson into Colin Ingram. Catches the edge. It bounces in front of third slip. Doesn't manage to get really very much skin on that ball at all. Does Ricardo Vasconcelos, and it runs away for 4. And Ben Sanderson looks like he's the whole world's against him. There's the double teapot. He's giving a bit of a stare at Vasconcelos. Vasconcelos makes the mistake of looking back towards Ben Sanderson, wishes he hadn't, and then looks away elsewhere. He should have stopped that.
Yeah, it wasn't through him, so to speak, but I think probably should have got. Well, I don't think he got anything on it. So
no, he didn't.
Should have got more of a mitt on it than he did.
Tighter into the stumps around the wickets. He's run down the wicket there. He might get a chat from Sue Redfern on that one. Ben Sanderson very tight into the stumps, trying to bowl wicket to wicket as best he could from around the wicket. Just got a little bit straight, turned into the leg side. Just for the 2 from Ingram, takes him up to 35. The partnership now at 66. Luke Proctor showing Sue Redfern the ball. She shows very little interest in that, which suggests the ball's not swinging, maybe. It has got, when it's run over the outfield, if there is some drizzle around, it has got wet. Oh, that's out. That's just out. Oh, Sue, that's out. Oh, gee whiz. Oh, on replay. Okay, Dan, over to you on this one.
It looked like a very good shout, didn't it? It's come back in off.
Out.
It looks very much so. Has he got himself just outside the line? Would it be umpire's call potentially? No. Phil says no. As it is, it was given not out. And as it is, again, on the back of that LBW appeal from Ben Sanderson, the players...
That's just out.
Well, I think you get like a glimmer of off stump there, don't you? From Chris Cook, Colin Ingram.
That's out.
Yeah, well, it isn't, because the umpire said not out. And on the back of that, 93 for 4, another rain delay as the covers come back on. The tractor makes its way up towards the cut strip and the players make their way off. 93 for 4 after 28 overs. Colin Ingram, 35. Chris Cook, 25. Sanderson, 2 for 37 off 11 overs. And, well, we'll have another break again, shall we, Phil?
Let's have a break.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see you soon.
keeping wicket raised for nice.
Welcome back, everybody. I think we've had tea. We're 28 overs into the first innings in this game. A little while ago, Northamptonshire won the toss and elected to have a bowl first. And after early lunch and a 3-minute rain delay and then another rain delay, which I'm pretty sure would have included tea, Glamorgan have found themselves 93 for 4, which at the back end of this has had a very good 66-run partnership between Chris Cook and Colin Ingram. 4 wickets fell very quickly to Rafi Weatherall, Ben Sanderson and Chris Tremaine. My name is Dan Jadzovics. I'm joined by Phil Rowe. And Phil, looking at the board, we've got 31 overs remaining if we don't get any more of this light drizzle that we've been treated to today at Northampton. Or worse yet, the cloud cover gets a little bit too dark for us as well, which I fear could come into play.
Yeah, agreed. I've been surprised a number of times today. One in particular was when they went off, when nothing seemed to be responsible for them going off. And I'm now surprised we're back on, because it does look a bit dark over Bill's mothers, as the expression goes. So, but we're on, and that's good. That's what we're here for. So we've got cricket. The lights are on. Some people are at home. A lot of the people who were here are at home. But coming in from the David Capel end is Chris Tremaine.
And that's a nice ooh and an ah from the slip cord. And straight away, as Chris Tremaine starts his work for what is now the evening session. Is it? I'll throw over to you, because you've been there and you've done it. It must be quite difficult to have a bit of a stop-start day where you're on and off. I mean, we've had an hour's break at 4:30 in the afternoon. Sorry, 3:30 in the afternoon. In fact, it's only just gone 4:30 now. But good for the bowlers, not so good for the batters.
Yeah, in general, that's got to be right. Yeah, that's true. Good start again, Chris Tremaine. Yeah, absolutely. It's not just on a day like today. It's not just the fact that we've been on and off a couple of times and it's all disrupted and so on. It's also the fact that when you do come out, it's now, what is it? It's now 10 to 4:45. It's cold, it's dark, it's damp. There is a small handful of supporters still around. There's not a lot of atmosphere, and you've got to try and get yourself going. So it is difficult. Yeah, for sure. That's a good cricket shot.
Nice cricket shot. Well fielded by George Bartlett in the covers, who gets a palm on that and just tips it around the post. Save gives him a little high five. Save 4 there, George. Quite sure those little legs of Save had enough leap in there to cover himself, or cover the full cut strip. 3 slips for Chris Tremaine. Rafi Weatherall was on the boundary at point. I think that's James Sales down at fine leg as well. Other than that, everybody is in on what would be a 30-yard circle, mid-wicket cover, mid-on, mid-off. Chris Tremaine comes into bowl. And Chris Cook defends off the back foot.
Ooh, it came off the pitch slowly, didn't it? It took an age to get to the bat of that.
It did. The floodlights are still on here, and they're taking a decent amount of effect. You can certainly see the shadows coming from the players' feet in multiple different directions. As you said, there's a cut 3, 4, 5 supporters up in the stand opposite us. Another 4 in the Spencer Lounge. Down the leg side, and a good take by Lewis McManus. Cinch stand is empty. Comsave, I think, is empty as well. It is free after tea, so if you are in Northampton, you listen to this and you fancy coming to sit and watch a bit of first-class cricket on a Friday afternoon, you'd be very welcome to join us. The stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire as well. And finally, Phil, because I feel like I've spoken quite a lot here in this introduction, but you can get in contact with us. And you can do so on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC or on email stream@nccc.co.uk. We'd love to hear from you.
Oh, that's nicely tucked into the leg side, isn't it, by Chris Cook, as we said a few times already. He predominantly keeps his weight on the back foot. He's reluctant to get forward, but he will get forward. But he didn't need to get forward there. He needed to be on the back foot. He just tucked it beautifully into the leg side for 3. So he'll keep the strike. He moves on to 28, the total to 96, and the partnership to 69.
I guess Ben Sanderson. It is going to be Ben Sanderson to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
And that's one thing that regular breaks do. Not that they've been that regular, but the second break, it does mean that when you start, you can start with your two best bowlers. And no surprise that Ben Sanderson is starting from this end.
Yeah, absolutely. He's 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 37 so far from the Northampton seamer. Put together a very compelling argument for an LBW just on the stroke of the break, but decision not given. And he picks him up this time. Chris Cook goes, nicks off, and Emilio Gay takes a good catch at second slip. The rain delay in the break has worked for Northamptonshire, and Glamorgan are 5 down.
Fancied a nick off, and that's what we got. Let's have a look at it on the replay. First ball of his spell, and that has jagged away. It has jagged away. It's gone to knee high to Emilio Gay, just outside the knee on the left side. Nice catch. He does catch well in there, Emilio Gay, it has to be said. That's a, as they go, that's a comfortable one if there is such a thing, but it's gone quickly. It's a good catch. Chris Cook will be thinking, I've got done by the break there. Just to get started again. I think, I'd say before the break, he probably leaves that ball because it wasn't quite as full as other balls that he has left. Yeah, he's that's out in front of his body.
Yeah.
Poor judgment, the wrong judgment. It was one that he would normally have left when he was in earlier, and he got himself in. And you see, he's disappointed with the shot he's played there. That's the kind of the body language that tells me that. It pitched, it did leave him. Nice bit of bowling, hit the seam, gone away. But it was of a length, of a line. That's what I'm trying. It was of a line that he could have left and had been leaving. He went after it and nicked it, and that is a very important breakthrough for Northampton because that was a very good partnership. Best part of 70 runs put on by those two. Batted very, very well together. That brings in new batter Dan Douthwaite.
Yeah, I think you've summed that up perfectly, Phil.
Thanks,
just
Dan.
got a little bit handsy with it, didn't he?
He did.
The hands just followed the ball and had enough of a bat on it just to carry through to Emilio Gay. So a great wicket for Sanderson. His third, 3 for 37 now. And he will have Dan Douthwaite in his sights from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Maybe a 5 for Ben Sanderson on the cards. And Douthwaite lets that one go past. And a good take by McManus as that's just swung away from the Glamorgan batter. There is the man that took the catch. Hands in the pocket, just warming them up again.
We didn't see much swing, did we? We haven't seen, I should say, much swing so far today. A couple of balls. There was one from Tremaine that I thought swung, and one from Proc that I thought swung late. Very full deliveries. That one that Douthwaite just left, that really did swing and then went off the wicket as well. But there was some swing in the air there for Sanderson. Swing tends to be in the air, Phil. Think about it.
Can be early, can be late though.
It can.
There are variations to
I'll
this.
excuse myself. It's difficult restarting after a break.
It is, as the unfortunate Chris Cook found out. As you said, the partnership was going really nicely, and the two of them. It's one of those pitches and one of those days that the more time you spend there, and this is going to sound like, oh, well done, Captain Obvious. You're gonna really tick a few boxes here, but the more time you spend there, the easier it does get. But it doesn't ever feel like a day that you're in, if that.
Yeah. I agree with everything you said there.
And left that one alone as well. As I say, the two of them, fantastic partnership. But it always felt like there was one around the corner.
Absolutely, yeah. The ball is moving from a full length, and you can never be sure, can you? I think Justin Broad is on the field at mid-off.
Yeah, I think Chris Tremaine went off at the end of the last over. I certainly saw him just run up the steps, whether he's just forgotten something to bring out with him, or maybe he needs an extra jumper.
Nip backer, Sando, to finish the over.
Dan Douthwaite up to task. Gone a little bit early there. I think there's one left. Phil.
There is. 6 ball overs, is it, today?
Just today.
Okay.
Not like that tournament that happens in the middle of the summer.
God, don't.
Sets.
Don't. I've kind of forgotten about that.
Sorry.
Is that still going on?
Yeah, it's still going.
It's been a massive success, isn't it? No, leave it there, Phil.
No comment. No comment. Shh. To finish the over, here comes Ben Sanderson. And Dan Douthwaite up to task again. Wicket maiden for Ben Sanderson. 96 for 5 after 30. Colin Ingram on 35. Dan Douthwaite yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Chris Cook will feel disappointed there. He played really, really well in partnership with Colin Ingram at the other end. You see another replay of the dismissal there. It wasn't a terrible bit of cricket by any means, and I don't want to give Chris Cook too hard a time, but he knows how hard he worked for his runs there. He'd got a great start. They had to go off for a break, came back, and it just looked like he just lost a little bit of concentration. He left, as they both have done, left very, very well, covered up very, very well as well, and looked to score. So I thought they played brilliantly together. And to go so quickly on the resumption of play, he'll feel he's just gone after one there.
And a big drive over pitch from Chris Tremaine, and Colin Ingram says, thank you very much. Full-blooded drive through that vacant cover region, and James Sales has to take the long walk over to the advertising hoardings to retrieve the ball. Hold the pose on that one, Colin Ingram.
He smashed that, didn't he? He hits the ball very, very hard, doesn't he? He's got very fast hands, Colin Ingram. He's a strong fella. He's got very fast hands as well. And ally those two things, and the ball gets where it's going really quickly.
Yeah, he's not missed out on anything, has he, Colin Ingram? So is that Ben Sanderson just doing a few running repairs for his fast bowling teammate, putting a bit of sawdust down? Very, as you can see visually on the pictures of the live stream, it's a dark looking soil. It's obviously very, very soggy out there, which probably isn't going to shock a few. You've not used the term water table yet, but I thought I'd get it in there early. It's high. We've had a bit of rain. Don't know whether you've noticed.
I haven't said it today.
Shorter ball from Tremaine that Ingram almost pulls back to the bowler there. So any bit of width, any over pitch delivery, any short delivery from the Northants bowlers, Chris Tremaine has punished. I think he's pretty disappointed with himself that he's missed out on that one.
Have we got a fine leg here? I can't quite see, Dan. Is there a fine leg? I know there's a deep backward square. There is. Okay, so we might have a short ball, a genuinely short ball rather than that one. We might bang one in. We haven't had a bounce yet.
Pitched up delivery, left alone. But
Ingram is a very good player of the short ball. Sorry, Dan. He's a very good player of the short ball, but it might be worth having a look upstairs, maybe.
Yeah, as you said, in the 30 overs that have been bowled, there hasn't been one, has there? I think Rafi Weatherall just dragged one down a little bit that I don't even think was that short in the end when Ingram picked it up and deposited it over into the back gardens.
You know, it's a day where you don't want there to be too many bouncers because the wicket-taking balls are going to be lengthy and over-length balls. But just to keep the batter honest, if he's just coming forward with impunity, you know, let's just put a little bit of doubt in his mind. There are two men out. I mean, I guess there are two men. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a bouncer. They could be out to ensure that if the ball does go down there, if Tremaine gets a bit too straight and he's tucked into the leg side behind square, that they only get one, which brings Douthwaite on to strike. That's probably one of the reasons they're there, but I wouldn't mind a bouncer. So bold.
Yeah, on the money by Chris Tremaine. He's not particularly advanced at the bowler just yet, has he, Colin Ingram? He's been very happy to bat in his crease, and it's been a common theme over the last season and that first game last week for Middlesex to use the crease here at Wantage Road. But as yet, Colin Ingram quite happy just to play this watchful innings that he's done so well so far. Currently on 39 off 59 balls, 6 fours and a 6. And happy to watch that one go past to Lewis McManus. So Dan Douthwaite will take strike against Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, we were talking during the rain break, Dan, weren't we, about weight of runs or relative weight of runs, and are some innings more important than others? You know, are some 50s in the context of a game more valuable than some hundreds in other games? I mean, undoubtedly, you know, students of the game would say that that's right. And the innings that Colin Ingram is putting together here, he's only on 39 and it's day one. So will look back on this and be able to make these judgments. But it just feels like an important contribution to his team in very difficult circumstances. He's played very well.
That's gone past the outside edge of Dan Douthwaite. Oohs and ahs again from the cordon. It does look very cold out there. I did have a quick look on the weather forecast, and I think it says it feels like 6 at the moment in Northampton.
That is cold.
It is pretty chilly, isn't it? And before the end of the hour, it will be feeling like 5 as well, just in case anybody needed encouragement to get another jumper. Oh, and that is off the outside edge, but nicely controlled and guided through the gap. That's going to beat James Sales, who's one of the quickest across the ground here for Northamptonshire. And Dan Douthwaite will get off the mark with a 4 down to fine or deep third.
He was attempting to leave it. So it kind of ran almost off the face of the bat. He was attempting to leave that ball. It reminded me of the way that I was once accused. I was once told by a coach that I played a ball that was just a normal line of length ball. The coach said to me, "You played that like it was a hissing cobra." And there was a bit of that about Dan Douthwaite there. He tried to leave the ball, but didn't get his bat out of the way in time, and perhaps was a little bit fortunate for it to run down for 4 to the vacant third man. That's led to a change in the field, and 4th slip comes in from cover. That's the one that's going to get you out. That's the one, the nip backer from Sanderson. He's almost exclusively gone away, meaning the ball has run away off the pitch, nipped away off the pitch, off the seam, away from the right-hander past the outside edge. And the one that gets you out then, when he's setting you up there for Ben Sanderson, he bowls a little bit fuller. Your head gets across the line of the ball, it nips back, thuds into your shin, and you don't need to look up because everyone's already cheering because the decision's been given. Got away with that one, got some bat on it. And that's a repeat, really. That's well played. The important thing there is to get your left leg out of the way. What helps is if your head is going, as a batter, if your head is going back to the bowler there, back to the bowler, back to the umpire, your left leg goes the right side, the correct side of the ball, and your bat can access the ball. So it hits your bat rather than your pad. If your head is going to the offside, if that movement that is going away from you, you're kind of getting over there to negate the away movement, and then it nips back. Oftentimes you haven't got an ability then to get your bat back onto line, and it's hit you on the shin before you know what's happened. Wide of the crease from Sando there. He is a craft. I've said this before on commentary. There are a small number of very, very fine seam bowlers around in county cricket at any one time. And at this time, Ben Sanderson is absolutely in that number. I'd say Ollie Robinson's in that number.
Yeah.
And there'll be others. Obviously, Jimmy Hansen obviously is clearly in that number. But there'll be, 4 or 5 real craftsmen with the Duke's ball.
Dan Douthwaite lets the last ball of the 32nd over go through. 6 runs coming off of it. 106 for 5. Dan Douthwaite now on 6. Still sticking with the 3 slips, and quite rightly so as well, with the movement that's been on offer. Certainly Sanderson's had the most, hasn't he? It does also get quite often a bit too chilly for the Kookaburra oh no, what have I done? Yeah. For the Dukes to do as much as what it possibly could do. I mean, we know that I don't think it would matter what temperature it was out there, the Kookaburra wouldn't do a great deal. Left alone again by Colin Ingram, who again is really happy, isn't he? Just to let that go by. He's not interested in playing a shot that's not in his zone. Second that there's a slight discrepancy from one of the Northants bowlers, he's on it like a flash, though.
Again, I mentioned it earlier. I think I'd like to see Tremaine, not exclusively, but to bowl more balls from around the wicket to Ingram. He's gone close to the stumps there, swung that one back in. That's well bowled.
Ingram gets bat on it and just thuds into his foot. drops out to James Sales at cover.
Yeah, it's nicely bowled. In terms of using the crease there, it's something that, I've often got my eye on. Have they gone? Usually Chris Tremaine will be pretty much mid-crease, just outside of mid-crease. Sometimes goes wider. On that particular ball, he bowled it from closer to the stumps. And he looked for an LBW, he pitched that one up and looked to swing it back into the left-hander.
Again, happy to let that one go past. Incredible discipline so far from the Glamorgan batter. Not prepared to be drawn into a full shot. In fact, I don't necessarily think I remember. There was a bit of a flash cut shot that would have flown over Gully. I don't think that Gully would have been interested. But other than that, it's been very watchful from.
Played and missed a cut shot from from Sando. That was a bit too close to him, and then he got the big LBW appeal just before the break.
That one just sliding across.
Just before the break, for whatever the break was for.
Yeah.
Mizzle. Should we call it Mizzle?
Yeah, why not?
That's mystery drizzle.
I mean, what I will say, I don't necessarily find it that easy to look out these windows and spot whether it is raining or not.
No,
but Ben, our cameraman on the gantry that does the I guess the third angle, so to speak, he did confirm that it had been raining throughout the duration of the session. So I'll take his word over it than ours. Inside edge that time from Ingram, and the batters will rotate strike. So Dan Douthwaite will get his first look at Chris Tremaine and vice versa.
So again, yeah, just the 5 balls in this over so far that as Tremaine has bowled at Ingram haven't really caused him much distress, have they?
No.
I think 3 leaves. He's took that one off his shins into the leg side, and there was one that swung back in. It was nice bowling. It's been fairly comfortable. This is a good matchup. Get this very full, I think, at Douthwaite.
It's gone fine down the leg side. It's going to be a bit of a chase on, and Save does well. So just haul that back in before it reaches the boundary ropes. It's just going to be 2 more added to the score, and end of the over. So 3 runs off it. Chris Tremaine now 1 for 30 off his 11.
And the level that Chris Tremaine operates at, I mean, this is really hard marking from me. And I recognise, before I launch into, I recognise it is hard marking from me. But knowing or having a feel for the standards that Chris Tremaine sets himself, he won't be happy with that over. Not challenging enough. Some good leaves, but they were comfortable leaves. One ball that swung in a little bit, and then sort of letting the guy get away down the leg side. Okay, it was well fielded. Could have easily run for 4. Well fielded by Save. Kept it to 2, but he wasn't quite on the money there, Chris Tremaine. Good pace, though. Good endeavour from him, as always. Good effort, and he wasn't miles off by any means. This was
an absolute beauty from Sanderson. I've just said that Colin Ingram's not really flapped, has he, just yet? And he has played a genuine play and miss at that one from Ben Sanderson. And I did wonder when that single got dropped into the leg side the over before, whether either Chris Tremaine or Ben Sanderson would have been that upset with that change of batters or change of ends for the batters.
Yeah.
3 slips and a gully in place. And that is driven down the ground. That's going to get past Luke Proctor at mid-off, who's going to give chase, and I think is going to haul it back. Well, finishes about 6 foot short of the boundary, doesn't it? And there's going to be 3 runs added to the score. So well run by Ingram and Douthwaite, 112 for 5. And I just said about how they might have been fairly happy if the batters had switched ends, and they've just switched back again.
The ball before, the first ball of the over nipped and went that way, didn't it? Just missed the outside edge. But it was perhaps fractionally too short to get the edge, and it didn't get the edge, so it obviously was. Just pitched a bit more well played. Just fine margins, and he was driven down the ground. But this is good. Ben Sanderson bowling at Douthwaite, who's not really got himself in as yet. Pitched and left him well left by Douthwaite. He comes harder at the ball. He pushes firmly at the ball. He is a man who likes to get bat on ball. He's a sort of a combative cricketer.
Yeah.
You know, when he bowls, hits the wicket as hard as he can, runs in for you, sort of briskish medium pace.
Yeah.
And with the bat, he's learning, I think, to play a variety of innings, but prefers bat on ball.
Short ball from Sanderson down the leg side and well taken by McManus. Southwaite just had a little look at it, didn't he? But missed it by enough.
In the end, actually, it's the sort of shot that can get you out, because you couldn't really control that. It pitched and flew down the leg side further, and you know you've seen those get a little feather on the bottom edge of the bat sometimes.
There's a real mould, isn't there, for the seam bowling all-rounder or batting all-rounder that is that kind of combative cricketer.
There is, yeah.
And when you think back to three of the very best who have done it, it's not that difficult to work out why. When you think of Ben Stokes' inspiration, you go, well, I wouldn't mind being like Ben Stokes. Or you go a bit further back and you go, well, I wouldn't mind being like Andrew Flintoff. Go a little bit further back than that and you go, well, I wouldn't mind being like Ian Botham.
Yeah.
But then again, we saw Ryan Higgins last week. We didn't get to see him bat, did we? But I'd say he's more of a graceful all-rounder rather than a combative one.
Yeah. I'm sure he'd like to bowl as fast as any of those guys.
Of course, yeah. I'll tell you, speaking of Flintoff, did you see his son playing for Lancashire Twos?
Both of them. Yeah.
Rocky.
Yeah.
Was it just me, or I was picking up big kind of Andrew Flintoff 2009 almost, shirt untucked, very much.
I didn't see it. I saw that he was playing, but literally I didn't see it. But I think the two boys were both playing in that game, I think.
Did they both play?
I think they did, yeah. I think they did.
A brace of Flintoffs in the England team coming up. Anyway.
Good for them.
Yeah, back to this one. 113 for 5. 34 overs have been bowled. Darthwaite on strike. He's on 9.
Right, I want us to bowl an over at him. This is as a think. You know, I'd be thinking as a bowler now. I want to set this guy up. Before he gets in, let me bowl 6 at him.
That's a nice shot.
That's a nice cricket shot.
Dan Darthwaite
just going to go.
Yeah, opened the face on it, didn't he? And it's ended up just beating Rafi Weatherall for a boundary. He wasn't that far behind in chase. But he looks like he's just opened the face up there, isn't he? And guided it through that gap between George Bartlett and Rafi Weatherall on the offside.
He has. He didn't try and overhit that, did he?
No. Nice shot.
A little bit of width on offer.
Don't mind the fact it's full. 3 slips are there waiting for the nick off if it is to come. That's left alone. Well watched.
Darthwaite was picked up by Glamorgan. He was at university in Cardiff, and on there when there was such a thing as the UCCE scheme and so on, and he was there on that program and played an early season game against Glamorgan. And actually, one of the umpires was Rob White, and Rob spoke to Northants and said, "Look, this guy Darthwaite, I think he can play. I think he's worth getting hold of." And that was good of Rob to do that. Umpires will do that for young players. They spot. They'll often feed messages into the game to try and get guys started on the career path. So Rob did that, and we contacted Dan very quickly, but it was not quick enough because he'd already, I think by the end of play that day, had already been nobbled by Glamorgan, and they were very quick to get him signed and get him registered and give him opportunities, and he's not really looked back. And he plays in the multi-format cricketer for them.
Yeah, nicely played. Guided down through the gap between third slip and backward points. Not going to go. Weatherall's going to give chase. And they're going to settle on 2.
It's interesting from a captaincy perspective here now. Chris Tremaine is bowled by 11.4 overs, 136. By no means has he bowled badly. I wouldn't want to say that. He's bowled quite well. Since the resumption, he's perhaps not been quite as good as he was before in either of his 2 spells before. And I would be thinking am I going to get a change at the far end? Did Rafi Weatherall started well, then lost his way a wee bit. It might be time to freshen it up at that end.
As you say, that brings that one back into Douthwaite and just hits him in the thigh pad. So maybe Chris Tremaine's not finished just yet. But I do agree with you. And I think the other thing that's interesting is the fact that Chris Tremaine has bowled from the David Capel end and Ben Sanderson's bowled from the Lynn Wilson Centre end in this evening session.
Yeah.
I know Sanderson finished that evening session, didn't he, from this end? But traditionally, the David Capel end is Ben Sanderson's.
He's bowling into the wind as well.
Also true. Did he bowl 8 over spell, wasn't it? I think maybe 9. And that's a big drive from Dan Douthwaite that I think went through the inside of the bat there through to McManus. 119 for 5 off 35.
What's a big drive? Yeah. His front foot has gone straight down the pitch. And the line is 6 stump, maybe? Let's have a look at it. This will tell us. Yeah, well, that's more
maybe
than 6
wider,
stump.
yeah.
And his foot's not gone out the width for the stumps. And this is not the pitch to do that. You've got to get a bit closer to the ball.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that couldn't have gone 4. It could have done. But also more likely was that it catches some part of the outer half or edge of the bat. Luckily for him on that occasion, he missed it. That might encourage another over from Tremaine.
Yeah. Ben Sanderson, 3 slips and a gully. Colin Ingram on strike. Defended off the back foot. Cursory glance for a single into the offside, but Rafi Weatherall is in there at point, tidying up.
Too far away there.
Too deep for Weatherall?
I think he was too deep, yeah. I mean, they didn't run. But the line of the ball was straight to him. And there's no need to take any risk. But I think he didn't, I think his start position was okay, he just didn't respond.
Yeah.
And he was a bit deep. He doesn't find himself at point often.
It's gone
fielded
back to Weatherall, and he's picked that up well. James Sales didn't realise that ball was coming his way, and he could have ended up with a little bump on the head from Rafi. I think as well, that single there that the two of them turned down, 5 down for 119, on and off. It's still as grey and as cold and gloomy. Contextually, probably no need to take it on.
Agreed. No, absolutely agree.
Maybe in another day, 119 for nothing. There's a chance to go, oh, yes, please, we'll take that one.
Yeah, understood.
Oh, that's beauty from Sanderson. It's just come back in slightly. And again, Ingram's very happy just to let that one go past. I think he's left the ball really well.
He really has.
In this innings of 43 so far.
He really has. We talked earlier and we were trying to remember the plays and misses and the false shots. And we struggled. That we came up with 2 or 3 incidents, including a big LBW shout. But in the context of the movement that's been on offer and the length of time he's been at the crease, that's testament. So few misjudgments and errors as he made.
Very happy to let that one go past again. Right in saying that Glamorgan have got Marnus Labuschagne returning for 2024?
I understand that's right. Yeah, I think that's I did read that somewhere.
By all accounts, the Australian really enjoys his time down in Cardiff.
Yeah, we played them on his second game, which I'll come back to in a moment.
Down the leg side and well taken by McManus.
Yeah, we played down at Cardiff, and it was the second round of championship games that year, whichever year it was. They all kind of rolled into one for me. It was either 18 or I think it was 2018, possibly. It was the year Jason Holder was with us. It was his second game. It was Labuschagne's second game. We got, they got about 600, and we got about 600 and a few more. And Marnus Labuschagne was incredible. Well bowled. That's very well bowled.
Inside edge from Colin Ingram. Could have gone anywhere. As it is, it goes past the stumps, down to fine leg for 4. He moves to 47.
Yeah, that's nipped back and didn't really need to play. I think he played at that because it was short enough that he thought he'd seen all the movement that was going to come in the ball and he'd knock it into the offside for a single. But it kept coming, got a thick inside edge past leg stump, and can count himself a little bit fortunate that it didn't clatter into the stumps. Yeah, but back to that game, Marnus Lavisham was unbelievable for his energy. I mean, I said early on, well, he won't be keeping going like that. We've got 600 on the board, and I was entirely wrong. It was phenomenal. It was like he was the Duracell bunny. He just kept going in the field from ball one to ball, whatever it was, about 150 overs later when we actually walked off the field. Energy, commitment, enthusiasm, annoying as well, it has to be said at points, but the sort of guy you need in your changing room when you're out in the field for that long. Yeah, it was impressive.
Luke Proctor into ball, and that's just squared up Dan Douthwaite a touch. So he is going to replace Chris Tremaine from the David Capelin. There is going to be that change. Rowie, that you mentioned and you thought about. So he bowled a long spell, didn't he, with the new ball, Chris Tremaine? It was definitely 8 overs, if not 9.
Yeah.
I think it was 9, because I think I might have said to you, he's not going to bowl a 10 over spell, is he?
Right.
So I'm not surprised he's taken himself out. Again, nicely bowled by Luke Proctor on the money.
Every time I've seen Luke Proctor, I mean, which is not very often this season, I would say, every spell, he started bang on the money. And that's great. It wasn't always something that he did. He used to, he's coming at quite an angle there. Sometimes Proc would open up the offside a wee bit, wanting to swing the ball. We talked a lot about that during my time at the club, about him bowling more at the stumps, more looking to run the ball back in, LBW bowled. If it holds, then getting the outside edge. He has the ability to swing the red ball, but wasn't always able to control the amount of swing, and therefore often would open up the offside. I think he's a better bowler now. He's targeting the stumps and front pad a little bit more.
Short ball. Douthwaite pulls that away. Mistimes it. Safe save is down in that pocket of the ground, just to restrict that to a single. Almost about that rush down Douthwaite a little bit. Got enough bat on it. 124 for 5. And thanks, Ben. There's a sight to cheer everybody up, isn't it? The ground staff moving their way towards the tractor and the covers. It's a pretty ominous sign, isn't it? And the ground staff spring into life. They've been kept busy today, haven't they?
They really have. Oh, that's nicely bowled.
Nicely played as well by Colin Ingram. If they haven't worked hard enough through the winter in order to prepare these pitches in the square and the outfield to make it look as well fantastic as it does, I had to take the covers on and off a few times at Wantage Road today. And based on their current location in the ground, you'd be forgiven if you think that they're coming back on.
Yeah, they generally know, don't they? They're a bit like cows lying down in the field.
So you've missed Craig Harvey's keepy uppies. Now you've just called him a Frisian.
I can say that because I know he can't be watching the stream because he's out there.
Squirty drive from Douthwaite down to deep backward point where Rafi Weatherall tidies that one up. Proctor 0 for 18 off 6. 126 for 5 is the score.
I think sometimes in this sort of situation, it's possible and it's forgivable that for the fielding team, when the ball has jagged around as it has, when the score's been 27 for 4, I think it was at one stage, that there's been on and off as well. It's possible just to kind of lose focus a wee bit, just lose a bit of concentration, almost sort of subconsciously think, well, Sando's going to knock a couple over. Ingram's playing well, but we'll get wickets to the other end. He's pushing hard at the ball. And suddenly you get to the end of the day and it's 200 for 5. And you think, oh, what the hell happened there? That's a great shot. Over pitch from Sanderson. First ball of the over. Is that going to go?
Just.
Oh, wow.
Just.
I thought it might pull up and the batters had stopped running. But it didn't. It went for 4. It was a firm push rather than a full-blooded drive. In the previous over from Tremaine's last over, Douthwaite had a big flourishing drive with a full follow through that that missed. That one, he punched really. Firm-footed push, firm hands, but he got the middle of the bat. Nice shot for 4. He's going to kicked on to 21 pretty quickly. The score 130 for 5. Sanderson will want to respond to that. Responds with a top of off ball.
Well, that's a horrible throw, isn't it, from Chris Tremaine back to McManus, who just has a little glance at his hands to suggest that that's just slipped out on his throw. Potential thought that Dan Douthwaite can come out here, having lost Chris Kirk on the restart, and think, well, okay, let's have a bit of a counter attack here and take this game back to Northamptonshire. Let's not give it all their own way. Yeah, whilst it's doing a bit.
Yeah. I mean, let me come back to that. 4 slips in at the minute for Sanderson. Heavier ball from him there. Douthwaite advancing down the pitch. Sanderson giving him a little bit of an old-fashioned stare for the second ball running. Didn't enjoy getting driven for 4. I mean, Dan Douthwaite is a combative cricketer. He's a positive cricketer, likes to score, likes to put pressure on the bowler. And so long as he's being honest and covering, what I mean by that is playing the ball on its merits. His natural game, if he stays in, will be to score quickly. So, yeah, that's not a bad tactic. If you, as much as you can play in your normal, natural style, then you should try to do that, so long as it's in context of what the team are trying to do.
Yeah.
And that looks to me to be how Dan Douthwaite is going about his business. Positive in defence and attack, looking to put a bit more pressure onto the bowler. That's the way he plays. But if he's had balls to leave that because they've been dangerous length, or balls to defend because they've been dangerous length and line, he's certainly done that. He's respected, I think, what's been bowled to him. Tried to put a bit more pressure on the bowler. Had he nicked off to that big flourishing drive, we'd be saying something else. So he got away with that one. That was a bit of a rush of blood. That was a bit of a rush of blood, the big drive. But the keeper's coming up to the stumps, which suggests he has been nudging down the wicket a wee bit. So, yeah, I mean, a long way around saying he probably wouldn't have got an instruction as such from anyone. He would have been asked, maybe to just make his own judgment. He'd have checked in with his mate. He'd have watched the cricket so far. I think he's playing pretty well. He's playing like Dan Douthwaite and respecting what's being served up to him. Oh, my goodness, that's a good delivery from Ben Sanderson. So the keeper up to the stumps takes a bit of the length away from Douthwaite because he can't walk down the wicket. This one looked like it beat the outside edge all ends up. Probably went inside the bat, now I say that. Oh, no, it didn't. That ball has swung and then gone with the swing.
Yeah, that's nipped away, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then carried on swinging as well, I think.
Yeah.
That's an absolute beauty from Ben Sanderson.
Done very well to miss that ball because it was fuller, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That must have really jagged. It went with the swing and jagged off the wicket as well. Oh, okay. Well bowled, Ben Sanderson.
It's a different contest, isn't it, with McManus up to the stumps?
It really is.
Just trapping Douthwaite in his crease. The other follow-up question to that, and so much talk about Baz balling and whether you believe in that word or whatever it might be, but has it changed at all? So obviously you've not been out of the coaching game for that long, but clearly this kind of new mindset feels like it's changed the game quite quickly in quite a short period of time. Would there have been a conversation 5 years ago where it would have been in this instance, oh, Dan, fancy going out there and just taking this back to them? Or would it have been a bit more coach-led? Whereas now it feels a little bit more kind of player enablement, if that makes sense. And as you said, this is your natural game, play it.
Proctor continues, come back to that. Proctor continues, tucked away into the offside. Northampton with a sweeper out on the offside, happy to concede the one, save the 4 there to the Ingram, moves up to 49 on the brink of what would be a very well-deserved 50. I think it's about what personnel you've got and what they're capable of doing. In a situation such as this, where it's difficult, it's not easy batting, it's not impossible, clearly. It is difficult. You don't want people playing out of type, really. So if someone wants to put bat to ball a little bit more, and Douthwaite does that, he's batting at 7. That kind of reflects that. Well, within reason, let him do that. He's oh wow, that misbehaved. That was back of a length and really bounced. And Douthwaite initially followed it with his gloves, but because it was shorter, he was able to then withdraw his gloves. But quite right, understandably, stares back. Yeah, that really bounced, and McManus took it level with his shoulder. Yeah, so in general, the game's easier when you're playing to your strengths, and this is what Douthwaite can do. I think in terms of your broader question about has Bazball changed approaches to things, I think it's changed thinking about what is possible and what is desirable. Perhaps overall, marginally, teams are happier to recognise they can be more positive in more difficult situations and earlier and for longer. I don't think it's necessarily changed the skill set of players. I think it's perhaps changed the willingness to the balance of risk, maybe slightly.
Yeah,
but I don't think on a wholesale basis.
No, I mean, I interpret it on a similar way, but slightly differently. And I feel my interpretation of it is it's a belief thing.
Yeah.
And if your way is to go out and be positive, or your skill set is to go out and be defensive, whatever you decide to do, we believe in you that you're going to go and do that, and therefore go and be successful. Mm-hmm. And we're not going to go, oh, well, you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done this.
Yeah.
And I think that must have started to filter down into the county setup and structure now.
Yeah, I think that's right. So, yeah, a bit of wider on the crease, tucked away for a single. That brings up a very well-earned and well-played 50 for Colin Ingram. And I said earlier, it's early to make this call, but I do wonder when Colin Ingram finishes his innings, and in fact, when the game finishes on Monday, whether we might look back at this innings and say how important it was. We won't know that for some time yet. But what we do know is that he's thoroughly deserved 50. He's played very, very well, scored runs both sides of the wicket. And yes, he's played and missed a couple of times, but less than anyone else. He did survive a very positive shout for LBW just before the break. He was given not out. And he's gone on and he's taken full advantage of that. So well played, Colin Ingram.
Yeah, I think we know, don't we, here that day 2 is a little bit nicer to bat on. Mm-hmm. And looking at the weather forecast, certainly atmospherically, days 2 and 3 look a lot better than days 1. So undoubtedly, he scored 50 on what is likely to be the hardest day in this game.
Absolutely has, yeah.
And yeah, he's looked really, really good for it. And a fantastic partnership with Chris Cook as well, just to steady that Glamorgan ship when they were 4 down for 27. And deserves his 50.
Absolutely, yeah, well played. He's got a lovely message from my younger son. I was talking earlier on about the long pieces of wood that we used to, and he tells me that long pieces of wood are called sleepers.
Oh,
thank you very much for that, Harry. Sanderson continues. Nice line of length. And that ball there actually kind of sums up positively how Glamorgan have gone about this, because Colin Ingram, with the keeper back, has advanced down the wicket, not in particularly in an aggressive manner, but in order to dominate Sanderson's length. Sanderson held his length, but Ingram was able to leave the ball. So it was a nice little interplay, and it kind of that's a shorthand for how he's gone about. I'm going to try and be positive. I'm going to be positive in defence and attack. If I can score off that, well bowled, I'll let that go. Challenging the bowler rather than just letting the bowler challenge you and respond to it. So it's good cricket. A little bit straighter and tucked away for the left-hander's single, as I call it, just off the hip, down to fine leg. Save's been in the outfield quite a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
We always find him there in white ball cricket. He's a fantastic fielder pretty much anywhere. In particular, T20 night Save's done some incredible work in the last few years on the boundaries here at Northampton, but generally will find himself in the ring in red ball cricket, but he's been out to pasture a little bit. So Sanderson went past Douthwaite twice with the keeper up last over. He'll want to do better than that if he can. And he can. He gets the edge, but it just falls short of Karen Nair's left hand, I think.
That's a great stop.
It is a great stop.
If it's carried or not, that is a fantastic stop.
first slip doesn't see that ball.
No, that's not carried.
Doesn't see the ball until it's past the keeper. He cannot see the ball. It's just impossible for him to see it because the keeper's in the way. And so it really is a reaction. He actually stopped it pretty comfortably, didn't he?
He did.
Because it went pretty quickly as well. That's the third error, if you like, victory for Sanderson with the keeper up. That one's a little bit shorter. And it was that, again, that kind of strange play-leave movement from Douthwaite has happened earlier in his innings. This time he gets 3 rather than 4.
Tell you what, Vasconcelos and Safe have done incredibly well to chase that down, because I thought that was running away for 4 for all money. I did.
That was a good effort from the two of them. I think they had a little bit of a sprint between them, didn't they?
Yeah. Vasconcelos just letting Safe know that he won as well.
It's nice to see Vasconcelos covering that ground so quickly. Good on him. Good on him. He hasn't done had to do a lot of running today, so he'll be a bit stiff. That's the match. He's got off strike now, Dan Douthwaite, but unfortunately for Ben Sanderson and for Northants, because it did look kind of, he had his number there. Ben Sanderson had Douthwaite's number. Obviously, he'll get further chances again, but this time he's into the left-handed Ingram from over the wicket, and Ingram again is able to let that one go through for no run. That was a good over by Ben Sanderson. As I've said numerous times over numerous years, a fantastic bowler at all batters, in particular left-handers, but on this occasion right now that the keeper has come up to the stumps, it's meant that Douthwaite has had to go back into his crease, given further length, more length to the bowler, more margin for error. Sanderson can get the ball a little bit fuller with impunity, really, and has gone past the outside edge twice, and then an edge that didn't quite carry to first slip. So a half chance, if one could call it that. Sanderson looks the most likely at the minute to pick up a wicket. 137 for 5. Feels like a crucial last few. Well, big drive by Douthwaite, thick outside edge. Goes to backward point. That Rafi Weatherall does well to keep that to 2. So, yeah, actually, I say last few overs. There are 19 overs. Yeah. 18.5 still to go in the day. I can't imagine we're going to get all of those, because it is gloomy out there. Rain is coming, according to an app that I have on my phone. Other apps are available. Thinks it'll start raining here in Northampton in 10 minutes. Another thick edge by Douthwaite.
Yeah, we were fairly punctual last week, weren't we, with regards to timekeeping, and we didn't really go much past 6 o'clock. It was
That's right, yeah.
6 o'clock on the dot twice, and then maybe 10 past 6 on day 3.
Yeah.
But the point I was about to make is the fact that we didn't really. Well, I think one of the days we came off before 6 o'clock, didn't we? We went off the bad light.
Oh, I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Good length again. Good line and length. It was a bit straighter, that one. Douthwaite defending, firm in defence. You know, he goes harder into the ball than others. Which probably, amongst other reasons, explains why he's batting at 7. You know, he doesn't absorb the pace of the ball. He puts pace onto the ball, firm in defence. Got a good stride in. That ball went back down the wicket. No problem there. Nicely played. He's hit that one very, very hard. It was over pitched by Luke Proctor and struck away powerfully between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4. A very nice cricket shot.
Almost looked like an attempted Yorker from Proctor, didn't it?
Yeah, it had that look about it, didn't it?
I don't know whether it was or whether it was genuinely over pitch, but the line, I think, kind of gave the indication that it was an attempted Yorker.
Yeah, and I think sometimes when it's a missed length, if it goes that long as missed length, it looks a bit floaty. Whereas that looked bold there, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Rafi Weatherall's just loosening those shoulders up, taking the jumper off down to our right hand side. So we'll get another look at Rafi.
That's nicely bowled and nicely played. Very solid in defence there, Dan Douthwaite. What I like about that, the way he shapes up there, is although he's a little bit firm into the ball, it's a big profile. You know, you can't see the stumps. He's coming into your space. You see a big guy with a big bat. You see all of it, all of the bat. and it goes back down past you to mid-off. That's a very big message that he sends there. Similar there, a little bit shorter of a length that goes more into extra cover. But again, showing the bowler that you got to do better than that. I'm coming into your space. I'm either going to drive it or I'm going to dominate it. It was a dominating forward defensive shot, if I could put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how tall he is off the top of my head, but he certainly strikes an imposing figure there, and he's broad across the shoulders as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a big lad. And he's still a big lad who has missed that one. I thought he'd nick that. That one was a little bit wider. He had a go at it for width, really, and it was the length that was dangerous. Something you hear me say probably too frequently, but it was the length of that ball that was dangerous. And Douthwaite, again, doesn't get across to the ball. Foot goes down the wicket, throws his hands at that a wee bit, and yeah, the ball went away off the wicket, so nicely bowled. Another day nicks it. Fortune favours the brave, and this is the change that you mentioned, Dan. We're going to see Rafi Weatherall from the Lynn Wilson end. He bowled 4 overs earlier in the day. 3 of them were okay, decent overs. He got a wicket with a lovely ball that left Carlson and knocked it off pole back. Very good bit of bowling that was. And then just lost his way a little bit with the right and left hand. I think it might have upset his line, and Ingram tucked him away, put a bit of pressure on him. So let's see if he can get back to his best there. Just short of a length to start with.
I think 3 of his overs went for 6, I think, and then his 4th went for 10, didn't it?
It was the last 2 balls, wasn't it? Went for 4-6.
Yeah.
Drive square of the wicket, and then Ingram, being an experienced man, I would have been thinking he's just bowled a long delivery. I've driven it square of the wicket. This one's going to be back of a length. It was, and he was ready for it. It was a bit more back of a length than Rafi had wanted, and he pulled him away for 6. Nice start to this over, though. That's nicely bowled again. The ball was just going across. Point is out as a little bit of insurance. Points out on the boundary, so that area is open, and Ingram says, "Oh, I'll have a single there."
Yeah, the one thing we have learnt from Rafi Weatherall in this 2-match, 2-game first-class career so far, has got the ability to serve up some really good deliveries, isn't he? The one for Mark Stoneman last week was an absolute beauty that just nipped away from the Middlesex opener, and the one that, as you said, picked up Kieran Carlson today.
Dan Douthwaite has again played that leave play, and he's picked up 11 runs from that shot. It's a really weird shot. I'll look a closer look at it on replay, but it seems to be something he does. Here we go. Yeah, so it's kind of steered. Maybe his first intent is to hit it in front of square hard, and then sort of decelerates the bat, but feels, actually, I'm in the right area here. I can just run it down now. So it ends up being a rundown shot under control. It just look a bit odd, but he's played it 3 times, and each time it's gone exactly where he wanted it to go. So we'll give him I don't think there's any doubt he's done it 3 times successfully. So he has extinguished any doubt. That's a shot that he plays. He's now on 37 already. This one's pitched up and driven firmly to mid-off, very firmly to mid-off.
That was really nicely timed, wasn't it? A little bit over-pitched from Rafi Weatherall.
I think he's bowled 4.4 overs, so what's that, 28 balls. Just hasn't yet really settled into his work. He bowled a fantastic delivery to get Carlson, as you say, but otherwise not been consistent in his areas just yet. That's fuller again and straighter, and Douthwaite almost falls over it, but really doesn't, and just pumps it back down the ground. It was a very long delivery, that, and kind of reinforces kind of what I said. What I've been saying is he's not quite on his work in terms of getting the ball consistently in the right area, and he's playing against 2 guys here who are not going to miss out on those opportunities. The partnership is already worth 60, and Dan Douthwaite's got 41 of those. So that tells a story of the way that he's played and how well he's played. That's where you need to live. Back of a length there was better, trying to tidy his over up, but still able to get a single. The man at point had gone back for a bit of insurance, left that area open. So Rafi touched away into the offside for a single, 10 runs off the over. And it'll be interesting to see how he responds to that now, because bowling's great when you know where it's going and you can get it there often enough. And when you're not too sure exactly where your length is, the game can be difficult. His bowling's a right and left hand combination, which is difficult. Both blokes are in. Maybe as well, there might be a bit of expectation that bowling with the Duke's ball, day one, having stuck the opposition in, they were 27 for 4. Other people have gone past the edge. There's been some moves. I need to be doing that. So there's a little bit more pressure now.
It was a long 5 sessions in the field less than a week ago.
Yeah.
The outfield was heavy as well, wasn't it? Yeah. Those run-ups would have been hard graft running in.
So Luke Proctor, the captain, continues, bangs one in. He's played very nicely, pulled very much under control by Douthwaite, very much in front of square.
Sun's coming out as well, Phil.
Sun's out, guns out, isn't it? It's lovely, this.
Certainly what Dan Douthwaite's come out with, isn't he?
He's played well, hasn't he?
He really has.
He's played his type of innings. I've seen Douthwaite play this way before. In fact, played more aggressively before. He's actually just reined back a wee bit. And he's played very well. Yes, he's played and missed, but you're entitled to do that on an early season pitch at Northampton. Well, that's nicely barred from Proctor. And again, it's given full respect from Ingram.
It's taken quite a lot of pressure off Colin Ingram as well, hasn't he? Dan Douthwaite, he's come out and said, I'm prepared to do some of the work with you. As you said, in that 60-run partnership, Dan Douthwaite's contributed 43 of them now. Yeah.
And I think there might have been about 5 or 6 extras as well. So actually off Ingram's bat in that partnership is probably about 10 or a dozen. Oh, how was that missed?
Wow. That looks like that's gone through the stumps there, Phil.
He inside edged it onto his foot and it missed leg stump by a very small margin. You see it on replay again. Nice angled run up from Proctor. Pitches, bounces. Oh, my goodness. I actually thought second time it was going to clean him up on the replay.
It's another coat of varnish on leg stump, isn't it? And that really would have knocked the bail off.
That one running across the left-hander, nicely bowled. Got an edge. It didn't carry again. And Northampton, hopefully I'm being objective rather than 2 rose-coloured spectacles. But Northampton have been a tad unlucky with they've got a number of edges that have not gone to the field, have just fallen short. Oof. I mean, the one thing in the credit of the batter there, he was decelerating the bat. Had he been pushing at that, as Douthwaite pushes at that one and it goes past the outside edge. Ingram there, on the one that he edged, the previous ball, was really decelerating the bat. He wasn't too sure of the line. And he played with softer hands. He's not known for that, but it was very well played there. Got the edge, and that slight adjustment at the last minute just to soften the way that he attempted to play the ball ensured that the ball didn't carry. And the slips can't get much closer, really. So the end of another over from Luke Proctor.
Yeah, it's a good point. Umpires coming together here for a conversation or a chin wag.
And I don't understand why, to be honest with you, because it's brighter now than it's been at any time. They may not have been talking about the line. They may have been talking about where they're going to go for dinner tonight.
Quite possibly. Or potentially, I think maybe Graham Lloyd might be going to stand at point, I think.
Ah, okay.
Just where that sunshine is. Well, it's going to be pretty low, isn't it, this time of year? And
it's a good, well picked up there.
He's going to be staring straight in the face of it. So change of angle for what was the square leg umpire.
It can be in the middle of the summer, the area where James Sales is currently fielding, which is on the deep square leg boundary. And it's very difficult to see there. Rafi Weatherall to continue. He'll want to hit these straps. Okay. Thereabouts. Ingram dropped the ball into the offside, ran a third of a run, Dan Douthwaite sent him back, had no interest in that whatsoever.
I think since he's passed 50, since we've been really congratulating Colin Ingram, just looks like it started to be a little bit of a struggle for him. I don't know whether it's the, can I keep up with Dan Douthwaite a little bit? He's come out and made it look, well, pretty straightforward to score 43 or 51. And we had that one single, didn't we, that got turned down to Rafi Weatherall, who was fielding at point. We just had another one there. There was the inside edge onto the pad that wasn't far away from leg stump. There was that outside edge that didn't carry through to Emilio.
Yeah, it's a really good point, isn't it? Has he deliberately said, okay, well, look, the scoreboard is ticking over. Dan Douthwaite's going at about 80 or something like that, 80 strike rate, around that, maybe even more. I can just go into my, I don't need to take any risk. I don't need to put any pressure on the bowlers. I'll just have a free ride. I'm not sure that's the way he plays, to be honest. But to me, it has been noticeably slower in this partnership, and Douthwaite has scored very quickly. But again, not without risk. He has taken risk. He had a few plays and missed a few big drives that he's kind of got away with. But he has played well. Rafi Weatherall in again, back of a length and dropped down behind square on the offside off the back foot by Douthwaite. Comes through for one to take him to 44. The one thing I'd say about the young man, Rafi Weatherall, is he clearly has an ability to get people out, and that's kind of the first question, really, isn't it? Does he have an ability to get people out? He's coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Colin Ingram. And we saw against the majority of the Middlesex top order left-handers how well he took the ball away from those guys consistently. Wide on the crease there, and the umpire's having a look at that, as she should do, because I think he was very close to that wide line, and she's telling him the same thing as he walks back to his mark. So we saw against the top order from Middlesex, predominantly left-handed, that he could pitch the ball and run it away from them, and got his wicket that way. He's more well known in the Northants ranks for taking the ball late away from the right-hander, which we've seen as well. So that's a great combination to have. So he's got the ability to swing the ball as well. His pace is good. He'll only get quicker as he gets stronger.
Yeah.
He's not been quite on the money as frequently as he'd want to be so far. But it's early in this game, and he's got time to come back, no doubt. Graham Lloyd is pointing at his watch. He's talking to the other umpire, Sue Redfern.
But it is 10 to 6 now. Ironically, it's the brightest it's been all day. But the notepads keep coming out, don't they, between the two umpires?
Well, we've still got a scheduled 15 overs. It's unlikely that we'll get all of those in. But yeah, it's brighter. It's brighter than, or as bright as at any time during the day, I think. So I don't see them going off for light.
Well, we didn't see him going off for rain, to be fair.
No.
And it was raining, so I don't think either of us are the best judge of weather conditions at the moment.
Fair enough. Slightly overpitched by Luke Proctor as he starts his 10th over. It's played with a thick inside edge up to wide mid-on. They can come through for a very quick single. Mid-wicket was out on the boundary. So a big gap into the leg side. And a few times when the ball has been fuller and Ingram's just rehearsing, keeping his bat straight through that area when it's full. There's been a few that he's clothed a wee bit into the leg side. And his inside edge went just past leg stump on a couple of occasions as well. Yeah, there's an argument here for Lewis McManus to come up to the stumps to Douthwaite. He wants to get into that danger area, that top of off kind of length. He did against Ben Sanderson advance down the wicket in order to take length away from Ben Sanderson. The keeper came up and then it was a different contest and he very nearly nicked off 2 or 3 times. I wonder how long it'll be before the keeper's up to Proctor. That's really nicely played down the ground by Douthwaite. That's a good cricket shot, isn't it?
They're really good. And
Jeepers.
a really good bit of fielding as well to make sure that stayed down to a dot ball. Because Douthwaite, I think, was halfway down, wasn't he?
He was.
By the time that Chris Tremaine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just tidied up the fielding.
Gary Sprake of this morning has turned into a better goalkeeper. Couldn't think of a better goalkeeper than.
Well, I don't know Gary
Dino's
Sprake.
off.
Yeah.
You don't know Gary before your time.
A little bit.
Yeah. I'm sure. The thing is, as a goalkeeper, isn't it? You make one mistake.
Oh, 100%.
Dive over one.
Yeah.
And then 45 years later, Phil Rowe's still caning you for it. It's not fair, is it? Sorry, Gary Sprake, if you're listening. I know he does like the live stream at Northampton Cricket. Proctor in from the David Capel end. Absolutely on the money. Absolutely beautifully played in defence by Douthwaite. It's been a nice mixture of defence and attack from Douthwaite. The same would be said of Ingram for the majority of his innings. He's just gone a little bit quieter now. Maybe they've just bowled a bit better at Ingram than they have at Douthwaite, perhaps.
Yeah, quite possibly. Kind of feels like the ball's doing a little bit less now.
Yeah, for sure.
With the exception of that spell from Sanderson post-tee, it feels like it's done a little bit less through the air and off the pitch. But as I said, the cloud cover's, well, all but gone really here at Wantage Road now. And it is pretty chilly as well. So
yeah,
it's not a great deal going for atmospherics. I'm not clever enough to understand swing and pressure and other contributing factors that might help with regards to having that ball move sideways through the air. But I do know that clouds help, and I do know the fact that it needs to be a little bit warmer than 5 degrees as well.
How many overs has Ben Sanderson bowled? Ben Sanderson bowled 17 overs. I'm just wondering, the over before Ben Sanderson took his jumper, to put it that way,
Yep.
before he came off, he was all over Dan Douthwaite.
Yep.
And I wonder whether one more over was thought about. That's nicely bowled by Rafi Weatherall to the right-handed Douthwaite. Well left, but his length was excellent there. Just get his line a little bit straighter. A nice start to his over. I feel he just needs to group them together a little bit.
Yeah.
Just build, if he can bowl a nice maiden of challenging dot balls or thereabouts, might just give him a bit more confidence. Seems a little, he's not through the floor by any means. He's just not quite at his best. Running in positively now. That's a nice ball. Good line of length. Brings Douthwaite forward. He's out of his crease. Brings him forward. He strikes it firmly to mid-off, but nicely bowled. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether there was thought. I can't remember, which is disappointing, really. I can't remember who was on strike at the start of the next over from this end. If it was Douthwaite, I might be tempted to throw the ball to Sanderson. Had it been Ingram, then Sando's bowled 17 overs already.
Yeah.
And the change would have been more understandable. It's pitched up, well pitched up from Douthwaite. From Weatherall. There's a half hand in the air from the bowler Weatherall, sort of a moral victory there. Got a thick inside half of the bat from Douthwaite, and it squirts away to the leg side for a single.
Yeah, certainly a point to Rafi Weatherall there, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And a little bit. So he's bowled 3 balls this over. He's starting to build a nice over here. Don't go away now. Now he's got to adjust his line. The left-hander, Ingram, is on strike. He's got to adjust his line now. So there's a challenge for the young man. But he started this over well. Just slightly too straight on the hip. Lets Ingram get away with a cheap one down to backward square for a single. But for me, I haven't seen a lot of Rafi Weatherall bowling. Just my blink is he's running in more positively this over. Chris Tremaine is fielding mid-on, mid-off, and the captain's the other side. So getting plenty of encouragement and advice. And it just feels to me that he's just running in a bit. Rather than trying to place the ball and missing it, he's running in and bowling the ball a bit more positively now. That one's a bit over-pitched, hit into the leg side. I think it's going to go for 4. It crosses the line now. Just lost his way a bit, pushed it in. It was a pushed ball, which brings up Dan Douthwaite's 50 off 62 balls with 7 fours. I'm basically repeating what the announcer is telling me. You might be able to hear that in the background.
I know we spoke We spoke about Colin Ingram's 50 and the context that might have in the game. And in equal measure, Dan Douthwaite's 50 as well. I mean, that has come from absolutely nowhere, really.
Yeah.
He's faced 62 balls. He started after a break when the ball was doing plenty.
Oh, that's out. That's out. Next ball, he's out LBW. Pitched up delivery, got his line and length absolutely right. Seemed to run in off the pitch, hit him around the shin. Absolutely stone cold Steve Austin LBW in my money. Oh gosh, yes, that's out. Yeah. Well bowled Rafi Weatherall. Good come. That was a better over, as I'd said. It was a poor ball the ball before, but the first 4 balls gave him confidence. He started, oh, that has nipped back quite a way. Well bowled young man. Very, very well bowled. We'll talk more about that delivery. Let's talk about the positive of that delivery. It was a pitched up ball. We know Douthwaite's going to probably drive or firmly push up pitched up deliveries. He has done since he started. That was a full-blooded drive. It nipped back. Actually, it nipped back so much that he missed it considerably, by a considerable distance. It struck him, I think, almost on the back knee as his knee came round.
Yeah. And
a very easy decision given positively by the umpire, Sue Redfern. That over, my blink says he was running in more positively, with more pace and more intent. The ball was, lo and behold, going in the right area more of the time. What I really like about that, the ball before, he got tucked away firmly through mid-wicket for 4, which saw Douthwaite move to 50. But he held his nerve, and the next ball was full as well. And that's been the length that's been more problematical. Not back of a length, but full of a length. That one nipped back. That's the skill of the bowler. And well done, Rafi Weatherall. Picks up his 2nd wicket of the day, 2 for 35. And that's something about thinking like a bowler there and having a bit of bottle as well. You've gone for a few drives. Keeping on that length is a hard thing to do. He's gone for the previous ball. He could easily have been excused for bowling a hit ball or a back of a length ball. Nothing happens and he gets away with 4 off the over. But no, he pitched it up. He was positive. He was attacking and he got what he deserved. I think that's a really fine piece of bowling and thinking and execution. And good on him.
Yeah, we both made the point, didn't we, about the wicket-taking ability of Rafi Weatherall.
Yeah.
You made the point he got that wicket-taking ball in him, which sounds quite obvious again to say, but the 3 now that we have seen have been absolute beauties from Rafi Weatherall.
That's right.
Like real peach deliveries.
Dead right.
As you said, okay, maybe hasn't been able to string that over together yet. Doesn't necessarily have that consistency that quite clearly Ben Sanderson has got that, and the benefit of time that Sanderson's had as well. We're talking about a lad that's 2 games into his professional cricket career.
Yeah.
But the 3 wickets he's picked up have been absolute seeds.
Doesn't score bad goals, does he,
exactly.
Rafi Weatherall?
You do incredibly well to keep those 3 deliveries out, whoever your name
Well
is.
said. They get everyone out, to be honest with you. I mean, that's a delivery you just get out. Those 3 deliveries, they just get you out, and they have been got out wickets. And it's all well and good, bowling full deliveries and nipping the ball around when the game's in your favour and you're on top and so on. It's not everyone can do that, and you're talking to somebody who couldn't do that, who tried to, couldn't do that. But when you've bowled, when you're going at kind of 4, 5 and over, as Rafi is, to still do that. That's great bowling. Oh, past the outside edge. That would have been nice, wouldn't it? A little brace there, bang, bang, would have been lovely. Not many have gone past Ingram's outside edge. That was one that has. Let's see if it nipped as we see the replay. Definitely played at it. Oh, yeah, that's just gone away.
Yeah. He certainly struggled since passing 50. And I do wonder whether the positivity from Douthwaite might have just unsettled him slightly. He obviously had an anchor with Chris Cook in that partnership, and I think there's an opportunity here for Colin Ingram just to settle down and bat the way that he did for that first 50, because these 8 that have come afterwards have been hard to come by. Dan Douthwaite, 50 off 63 balls, 7 fours, batted for just over an hour. That's a fantastic 50.
It is. Yeah.
That's an innings that, in the context of the game and the day, doesn't really have any place on this scorecard. And he's come out there and he's batted fantastically for 50. And he's taken Glamorgan a little bit further away from Northamptonshire than that maybe they should be at this stage.
Yeah.
And you have to say hats off to Dan Douthwaite. That was a brilliant 50. You could see how gutted he was when he walked off. It was a long, slow walk, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But because he was devastated to have almost not given it away. That's unkind because it was a cracking ball.
It was a cracking ball. It was a big drive. It was a big booming drive. I think, maybe his initial reaction was, oh no, I've got out again in his career with a big booming drive. But actually, if he defended that ball, that still gets past the bat.
Yeah.
I reckon that still bits the inside edge and hits him on the front shin, and he's LBW on as well. So, on reflection, that's out. That's another one I've got out. Well, that's a uncertain response from James Harris. He's hung around at the crease a little bit there. It was a very big appeal. Procky thought that was out. I know Procky's body language. He definitely thought that was out. Importantly, Graham Lloyd thought that was out. James Harris didn't think it was out.
No, we'll get another replay from the David Capel end in a moment. We'll get a much better look at it.
You've got to get him early as well, because he does score runs. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just out, isn't it?
I think so. Well, it is, because Graham Lloyd said it was. 7 down for 171, and James Harris, it's very short stay at the crease. So short, I don't even think we welcomed him to the crease as a commentary player. But unfortunately,
we can talk about him briefly.
Sure.
I always think he's a very dangerous man to come in at number 8. He's a talented ball striker. He can play in a number of different ways. I've seen him play some real good rearguard innings. He got runs last week against Derbyshire, got 60 odd, I think. And he is a dangerous player. We're just going to see another replay of that dismissal, but it had a very good look about it. I know he wasn't very happy with it. Very good look about it. And importantly, as you say, Graham Lloyd thought so too. And a different complexion now, isn't it? 171 for 7. Northampton have gone bang, bang in terms of Douthwaite going on 50, the ball after he reached his 50, and Harris going without scoring in the very next over.
Yeah. Now I think it'll be interesting to see how Colin Ingram goes about the remainder of this innings. He got Mason Crane with him at the moment, the leg spinner, on loan from Hampshire for the season. Did well last week, picked up 4 wickets for Glamorgan in the first innings. But with regards to a batting average, we're talking about number 9 here with a batting average of 11.
I don't think he can ask Crane to do the heavy lifting.
No.
Done.
And 171 for 7 doesn't feel like enough. And I think there's a sign of intent from Colin Ingram. It's going to put Ben Sanderson under a bit of pressure. Comfortably come back for a couple.
Do you think he can ask Crane to do the heavy lifting?
No,
Dan?
No, and I'm still not picking up what you're putting down, Phil. I refuse to. I refuse
Let it go.
I've stood at the non-striker's end and I've said no, and you've run yourself out.
Oh, that's lovely.
Unlucky.
That is lovely.
Sorry about that.
Nothing.
I'm resting on my bat.
Donuts. That's brilliant. That's great. That's nicely tucked away.
Well, we might find out what his lifting capabilities are, because Ingram's prepared to give him the strike.
That's lovely.
Sorry, Rowie.
No, there's no need to apologise. I thought it was quite good, actually.
Yeah, Brad Will next, and then Mir Hamza to round out the Glamorgan batting lineup. 3 slips in place for Rafi Weatherall, 174 for 7 or 47.2 overs. Mason Crane to face up against his first delivery of the match.
Hit him on the toe. Go full. Or bowl there. That's equally nice.
Mason Crane's in behind that fairly solidly as well.
I watched Mason Crane in the warm-ups earlier, and I think I mentioned to you, he... Yes, it's game's very different when there's a batsman out there. He's just turning his arm over, but he was turning his leg spinner nicely, as you'd expect on a practice wicket. But his googly was going miles, which is very unusual. That was huge.
Well, he's an incredibly talented bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, he
talented enough to receive a test call up, and I don't think they just get given out for the sake of it. Fair enough. The career didn't materialise at test level as to how I'm sure he would have hoped, but clearly a very, very talented cricketer. And I think Glamorgan have got really decent bit of business there to get him on loan all year as well. Not one of the short-term loans that they've obviously got with Brad Will and they had with Craig Miles in the first round of fixtures.
I think they've kept the receipt though, haven't they, Hampshire?
Have they got an ability to recall him?
I think they can. I think they can. I like that. That was an attempted Yorker by Rafi Weatherall. It just went down the leg side, so it looked like nothing. But just in terms of thinking, you know, I'm learning about him all the time, and it's all good. You know, it's all good. I wanted him to bowl an early Yorker, and he's done that. That's nice thinking. I mean, he's got Chris Tremaine at mid off. It's just gold, isn't it?
It is.
To have that input.
It's really interesting because last week he had Sanderson on his left shoulder, didn't he?
Yeah.
Obviously, they've decided to switch that up a little bit. There was also a very strange occurrence during that game where it's kind of felt like every fielder had an opportunity to field everywhere as well. Oh, short ball from Rafi Weatherall. I think that is genuinely the first one that we've seen through his short career so far. And Mason Crane does well to get underneath it.
It won't be the last bouncer Crane faces if he's going to play it like that.
No.
Because he didn't play that particularly convincingly. We're going to see it on replay now. It was a very well-directed ball. Oof. Oh, actually, no, he didn't play it that badly, actually, Phil. Give him a break.
There was a nice nod and a nice look of acknowledgement between Chris Tremaine and Rafi Weatherall at the end of that over, just to go, okay, that's a little win for you there, Rafi. Worth having that one, and just showing Mason Crane and Colin Ingram that he's got a good bumper up his sleeve. Colin Ingram is going to be on strike. He's on 61. He's faced 99 deliveries now. Still got the 3 slips in as Captain Luke Proctor gets to the end of his mark. I wasn't ever able to figure that out as to why it felt like all of the Northants fielders had an opportunity to field everywhere.
Yeah.
Because it's felt very, well, rigid is the wrong word, but everybody's got a set space today.
Yeah. Oh, beautifully bowled, Proc.
Absolute cracker. And Ingram's definitely finding this hard at the moment. The Northants bowlers have just got the better of him right now.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled.
I think pre-50, he was very happy to watch that go past.
I think there's lots of different things have happened. Clearly, it's not as simple as this, but in general, I think we've bowled really a bit better at him. I thought we haven't bowled badly all day by any means. We could be off the field by now, but I think we have just bowled a little bit better at him.
Rotate the strike, so Crane will face up against Luke Proctor. It's helpful having the names and numbers on the back of the jumpers, isn't it? Unlike
it does help.
Middlesex didn't do us many favours last week.
Oh, and they're shocking jumpers.
Stripe, regardless of the stripes.
I'm not having it.
Here's a question. How did you feel about the names and numbers on the back of playing whites when that first got introduced? I know it was quite late into Test cricket, wasn't it? But were you
good?
Yeah,
all over
ticking
it.
the right box?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
The only
Right
caveat, which is about to come up, but overall very good.
Oh, beauty again.
That's a leave line, though. That's a leave line, surely. Yeah, okay. Well rehearsed leave. Let's have a look. See if that's right. It looked just like a leave line. Let's have a look at it. Oh yeah, all day long. He's actually bowled him a slight leg cutter there as well. Yeah, I liked it. The only caveat is silly numbers. There are some silly numbers that players go for.
You mean numbers that have a slightly different context to them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some players have like a big number. It might be the year they were born, or there's some personal attachment to that number. That's all fine. But daft numbers like 99 and so on.
Okay.
Yeah, not a fan. But otherwise,
that's a borderline not respecting mother cricket type situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Childish. Get on with it. It's late in the day. Getting tired.
Start to sound like you're from Yorkshire there.
It was, wasn't it?
You can have 1 through 11, and they're your numbers. Tough. Mason Crane gets off the mark, inside edge, tucks it around the corner and picks up a single down to safe save. So he's 1 off 7 now. Proctor's going to get 1 more at Colin Ingram at the end of this over. Time is now 12 minutes past 6, and as I say, those clouds are still pretty high.
Bumper. Let's have a bumper.
Or wants a bumper. I don't think Colin Ingram's had one yet in this stay of 101 deliveries. I don't think he's needed to have one, mind you, but
I say that because he hasn't had one.
Well, I'll take a punt looking at this field that it isn't going to be one.
Well, there was an adjustment in the offside, wasn't there, which would suggest otherwise.
And it is tucked into the leg side, so Colin Ingram will keep the strike. End of the over.
I think Ingram milked that single there. I don't know if we can get a replay of that, but it looked to me like he went right across his stumps and was determined to drop it into the leg side. Nearly.
He's going to want to face as much of the strike as possible
exactly.
now, isn't he? So...
exactly. It did surprise me slightly. If I saw what I think I saw, it was one of those where I'm going to make sure that I get something on this. Luke Proctor plays that shot very well. When he goes right across to fourth stump, sometimes knocks it off his hip into the leg side, and there was a bit of that almost sort of protecting Mason Crane, which really should be the other way around if someone's going to take the lion's share of the bowling. We have a bowling change.
We do indeed. Chris Tremaine is back, replacing Rafi Weatherall from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Well spotted, Mr. Rowe. 4 overs again for Rafi Weatherall. Another wicket again in that 4 over spell for Rafi Weatherall, and an absolute beauty it was to remove Dan Douthwaite, who looked fantastic for 50. But here's Chris Tremaine. It's down the leg side and a bit of thigh pad, I think, on the way through. It's going to be 4 leg byes, signalled by umpire Sue Redfern. A couple of those through the course of the day that haven't been far away from a nice little strangle down the leg side.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Chris Tremaine not quite been at his very best. If his very best is 10 out of 10, that would be sensible, wouldn't it? And he's recognising he's a very fine bowler. His worst is probably 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
Doesn't deal with 1s and 3s. He's probably been at about 6.5 to 7 today, I would say. Something like that. That's nicely bowled, very full. Thick inside edge. They're pushing for 2. Ingram wanting to face the bowling, wanting to be on strike. Real good work. I like the way this kid goes about his cricket. James Sales in off the deep square leg boundary, read the script really, really quickly there, responded. It's late in the day, it's cold, it's damp, it's horrible. He has said, I think Ingram's pushing me for 2 here. I am going to belt in and stop that second run, and had the athleticism to do it. I love that bit of cricket. If we get a wicket here, James Sales should get half a wicket for that, because he has made sure that Crane is on strike this ball.
Crane just almost flicks that one down to Luke Proctor at mid-on. It's the hands just took over slightly there, didn't they, as he just worked it into the leg side.
It was a bit, it was a little bit sort of subcontinent, wasn't it, the way he turned that ball through there. But there are small things like that James Sales preventing that second run, which is putting in the mother cricket pot. You do the right thing often enough, she'll look after you. That's nicely bowled, very nicely played on the front foot by, that's interesting, very nicely played by a very early forward defensive shot, I would say, from Mason Crane, which resulted almost before the baller got to the extra cover fielder, resulted in Chris Tremaine waving his hand at mid-wicket to say, go back on the fence. And Chris Tremaine, who encouraged Rafi Weatherall to bowl a lovely bumper to Mason Crane at the end of his spell, may follow his own advice. And does, but it just didn't get up at all.
No, that didn't have much life in it. It didn't at all. Mason Crane's almost triggering outside off stump here with I guess the movement that he's seen from the bowlers throughout the course of the day so far, just trying to counteract that and I guess get in line with that one that's just going to swing away. Yeah, it didn't have any life in it, did it, that bouncer from Chris Tremaine?
It just died. I thought we were in last week again. for a moment.
Don't take me back.
What have I said?
I can't do it again.
There's no such thing as time travel. Pitched up, nicely played by Mason Crane. That was straight out of the MCC coaching manual. High left elbow, bent knee, head over the ball. Beautifully played. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Proper cricket. 50 overs done now. 182 for 7. How many do we have left in the day? 9 if we're going to get them all. And do you know, all through our pessimism and negativity with regards to the weather, I wouldn't bet against it, you know?
No, I wouldn't.
It's as bright as it's ever been, really, at Northamptonshire in the course of this season so far, with the exception of day 4 last week when it was
going to say ever.
No, well, I can't quantify that, can I? But based on this season so far, I was just going to say, with the exception of day 4 last week when it was a bit too windy to get the ground sheets off. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we don't have the full 9 overs. It certainly hasn't been a conversation between the umpires, has there? Luke Proctor to carry on. Turned off the hip for Colin Ingram. That's a tactic and a plan that's been well executed, isn't it? Let's have 5 at Mason Crane. 3 slips. Fielders come in off what was the leg side, and Save makes his way down to just a backward square leg, or a square fine leg, whichever way you decide to do. Rowy's getting loose. He looks like he's ready for a spell.
Crikey, he's certainly not.
There's a dangle of the bat by Mason Crane. Well picked up by McManus.
Yeah, he's scolding himself there, Mason Crane. He walks away to square leg to regroup. He's unhappy. He knows he shouldn't be anywhere near that. That's 7th stump, and he should not be in that postcode. But that's why that's number 9, because number 9s like to follow the ball and push it.
He's played a couple of those, hasn't he? Where he's just followed it through.
That's
there's
out.
A big shout for LBW. Umpire says no.
It's come back straight down the wicket. Had a good look about it, didn't it?
Well, as I say, if you watch the trigger, he gets outside off stump. Maybe sliding.
Yeah,
Actually, for the first time, he was on off stump, whereas I think for the ones before, he's managed to trigger outside off stump.
Yeah. Because the ball came back down the offside of the pitch, generally indicates the ball is a bit straighter than it actually was. That's nicely bowled, nicely played. Got his leg out of the way of that one. Yeah, I think it's one of those where we look at the replay, and I would say this, whichever team, you look at the replay there and you say, yeah, that's sliding down. And then if you do like a Hawkeye trace on that, it could be clipping.
We spoke about it last week, didn't we, with the impact of Hawkeye and that India versus England series, and the arguments that were caused. It's a nice looking shot from Mason Crane, but doesn't time it up to mid-off. And the arguments that generated, and Ben Stokes' headline, wasn't it, about the fact that it just didn't look right.
Yeah.
And you do definitely get those.
Yeah.
You do see LBWs and you go, nah, it can't be.
Yeah.
And then you see the review afterwards and you go, oh, yeah, okay, that is canning into leg stump. And maybe that was one of those. Maybe it wasn't.
Maybe it wasn't. But in terms of the umpire, if he's in doubt, has to give it not out.
Yep.
And he would have been in doubt. And he did the right thing. It was a good decision. Well bowled again. He's bowled well here, Prop.
He has.
He's gone past the outside edge of Ingram a number of times. He's bowled very well. 13 overs, 1 for 40.
Yeah, that's his 8th over in that spell. 1 for 25. There you go. Popping up on screen. If you'd like to get in contact with us, I did actually get another email come through.
Come on, what are you doing?
I'm sorry. Well, it was
You
on.
know I love the emails.
I do, but it was slightly on the depressing side. I didn't really want to knock you down a couple of pegs, but it's from Andy Dan. Unfortunately, Gary Sprake actually passed away in 2016.
Okay.
So it's unlikely he'll be tuning into the live stream.
Oh, okay.
Andy, on the other hand, is obviously tuned in, and he said that it's great commentary as usual.
Okay.
So you might have to come up with another reference there. Maybe David James.
Yeah, apologies if there's any of the family of friends of Gary Sprake. I do apologise.
And again into the leg side by Ingram, which I think is very much part of the plan here, isn't it? Get Ingram up the other end.
Bowl at the other fella, absolutely.
Bowl at Mason Crane. Anyway, you can get in contact with us. Email stream@nccc.co.uk or via Twitter @NorthantsCCC. If you'd like to share your thoughts on the day's play so far, we've got 8 overs left. Be very happy to have a bit of a conversation as to how you've made it, what you've thought, who you think's on top, whether you think either one of these counties might be interested in another player, whether there's thoughts about how this game might transpire over the next couple of days, or what you've made of the two teams over the 2 and a bit games so far. Get in contact. Shorter from Tremaine, and that's well played by Mason Crane.
It's well fielded too. Good bit of fielding at backward point by Save. Not only did he stop it, which was a difficult job on its own, he actually held on to the ball rather than sort of palming it somewhere, which means that they couldn't run, which means that Mason Crane stays on strike. Chris Tremaine would love to get another pole before the end of play.
He's in my fancy team, Phil, so I'd like him to get
must get another
4.
wicket.
3 even. 3 would be good. 4 would be pushing it. Short and well played by Crane. Just watches that one go past. And encouragement, the fact that that bumper did actually get up and go past the
it surprised me that it's been called one for the over, because I'll see it on replay. It's difficult to judge the height, but no, it's gone past chest height, hasn't it? Get on with it. That's not. Anyway, it's been called one for the over.
Coming from the seam bowler.
He's got to be able to bowl a bouncer, hasn't he?
Sanderson's just getting loose as well. Rowie, looks like we're going to get a Ben Sanderson spell before the end. Pitched up that time from Tremaine, and Mason Crane again just defends that one into the offside. So I reckon that might be the end of Luke Proctor from the David Capel end. And
well there, Proc. I think he's bowled really well.
He has. And we'll get 4 overs from Ben Sanderson just to finish off proceedings. Rafi's on his knees again.
Oh, the Croucher. It's not a great nickname, is it?
Not really.
It sounds a bit wrong.
There's certainly better ones out there.
It sounds wronger than it is, but it just sounds a bit wrong. The Croucher. No, stick.
Short that time, and Mason Crane does well enough to drop that short of the fielder at square leg, who's on his way out to deep square now. So it could be another one coming through, because Safe Zabe's on his way out to
skipping
deep backward point as well. Don't see that enough on a cricket field, do you?
I'm all over that. He was literally skipping
in the joys of spring. 5 degrees out there.
He loves the game.
Certainly does. You'd have to want to play with that kookaburra the last 2 weeks. Chris Tremaine, last ball. And Mason Crane, takes the bait. They look for 2, actually. Well, Mason Crane does. Colin Ingram's played this game before and realises there's only 1 on offer. And Mason Crane will keep the strike. He moves to 2. 185 for 7 off 52 overs. Ingram 66. Crane on 2. 2 runs off that Chris Tremaine over. And it is going to be Ben Sanderson going down to bowl from the David Capel end.
Yeah, this is a good change, isn't it? Isn't it nice to have a bowler of Ben Sanderson's quality to bowl the last few overs one end? He has got 3 wickets in the game so far. His stats, I thought he got 3 wickets, and I looked at the board and it said 1, but that was because Proctor's figures were still up. But well done, whoever's running the scoreboard. It's flicked over quickly. Sanderson has bowled, in fact, 17 overs for maidens, 3 for 59, so going just over 3s with 3 wickets. Would dearly love to turn that into another 5-fer.
Yeah, well, he's got a very good opportunity to do so. Plenty of time left. 7 overs remaining. 3 slips wait. Karen Nair at first, Emilio Gay at second, and Vasconcelos at third. And a big drive from Mason Crane back at the bowler. Doesn't time it.
It's the 3rd game of the season, and Ben Sanderson hasn't got a 5-fer. So
something's gone wrong.
Something's gone wrong.
Well, we knew that.
Yes. Just on that.
Yes.
We don't need to talk about this again after now until September, when we might need to talk about it again when the ball comes back out of the cupboard. I'll just let Sando bowl this perler. It isn't, but what a shot that is.
It's Caribbean flair from Mason Crane, wasn't it? Come over to my side. He whips him through square leg for a double. I have today, as we both have, been a bit disparaging about the kookaburra ball, and I don't back off that because the ball is not very good. The experiment itself
the decision to experiment, good decision.
Yeah.
They just got the ball wrong at the wrong time of year. That hasn't gone well for anyone. In particular, Kookaburra probably, in terms of their reputation in this country. But I think the game needs to do something about playing in such early season conditions, the conditions that British weather will throw up. Perhaps needs to do something. I know the experiment hasn't been for that end. It's been about international cricket and Australia and spin and so on. We have seen more spin in the game.
Nicely played by Mason Crane. Plays it down and beats. I think that's Rafi Weatherall at backward point. He's going to come back for a couple. I agree. I think we said on stream it's worth trying things, because unless you try things, you don't know. Ultimately.
Yeah.
And therefore, if you don't try it, you're never going to know if you do or don't like it.
Yeah.
However,
it was time of year, really, Dan. I think now. Why try it now? I mean, I guess because because the Dukes has such dominance over the bat at this time of year. I mean, maybe that's.
I think for us too, we probably saw the game which had the least balance between the two.
Yeah.
I think obviously there was weather around last week, and there were some games that got affected. They lost a bit of time here and there. I think Sussex would put a compelling argument to say, well, if we had a full day 4, we'd have fancied our chances against Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Surrey weren't far away.
Mm-hmm.
Essex weren't far away.
Yeah.
And maybe with a full 4 days, which is unlikely you're going to get them in April, full stop.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe there might... Oh, Christ. I'm saying a lot of maybes and mights here. Maybe there might have been
possibly
an opportunity to potentially get a couple of results.
Have you ever seen the program Yes Minister?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you should look it up, because that's almost like a script from Yes Minister.
Yeah, I'm trying to be positive here.
Yeah. Well done last week, wasn't it? Anyway, we think, I think, collectively, the commentary team think that it was the right thing to do to experiment, but the ball just wasn't up to it. I mean, I'll come back to that, actually. Tremaine continues, pitches up, tucked away for a single into the leg side. I think you showed me last week a photograph of a ball, and the one that was used here. I saw that again today. Someone else showed me that photo, and I was able to have a better look at it in the light I was in. And I could not believe what I saw. I really couldn't believe it. And I've never seen a professional cricket ball look like that. It's the sort of ball you get in a club box that no one wants to bowl with at nets, and you end up doing some fielding and someone eventually throws it over the hedge or something. It was terrible. And I saw also the ball that was used, a photograph of the ball that was used at in the Warwickshire game. And that was worse.
Yeah.
So
I think the thing, when I saw those pictures, the thing that genuinely perplexed me about it was we're led to believe that they're bowled with in Australia on hard, fast, bouncy pitches, and they last 80 overs.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yet we've used them over a couple of rounds here, early April, that the outfield is lush, that the pitches aren't abrasive yet, that the ball wasn't exactly crashing into the boundary, into the advertising cordons either. Yet the pitches that we did see looked like the dog's been chewing it.
Well, let me look this up, because
short ball from Tremaine and well defended by Mason Crane. He's just settling into this now. He's faced 29 balls.
I spoke to one of the Northampton players this morning. I'm not going to name that player because that wouldn't be fair to do that. And they told me that they saw the ball. They're on the field during that game. They told me that they saw the ball that was played by Mark Stoneman into the leg side. Now, Mark Stoneman, if I can find the right game, I'm looking I'm trying to find out, which I will do. Bear with me, listeners. Hopefully there is someone still there. That would be nice to know. Okay, so
short ball again, and Crane drops that one into the offside.
Okay, Mark Stoneman faced 36 balls.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say that he faced half the bowling.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say there were 12 overs gone when he was out.
Yep.
72 balls, 12 overs gone. Okay. I was told this by a Northampton player who I know well and trust absolutely, said that Stoneman turned the ball into the leg side early in his innings, so well within 12 overs.
Yep.
And the ball landed next to the main pitch, which I'm looking at now. I can see the pitch, and which is just on the square. The square is very green. We know how the weather's been like. And the fielder picked the ball up, and there was a bit of the ball missing. A bit of the leather was missing, as though it had bounced on a road.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah.
And so the quality of those balls cannot have been the same quality of ball that they use in Australia. It can't have been.
It's head scratching, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Short leg has come in, safe save under the lid. Chris Tremaine obviously going to continue with this short ball tactic to Mason Crane. He doesn't. He pitches that one up, and Mason Crane plays that nicely through the gully region. That's going to race away for 4. James Sales, as quick as he is, can't chase that one down, and that's nicely played by Mason Crane. Interesting that short leg went in, and that ball wasn't as short as what those previous ones had been from Chris Tremaine. But
yeah, Chris was trying. He put his hands to his head there, didn't he? It was controlled. I mean, I can understand why his hands went towards his head, because Mason Crane wasn't in a great position to play that shot, but actually played it very well. So instinctively, you might think that something's going to happen, and your hands go up, but actually, he played it really, really comfortably.
He did well. Still 3 slips. Man, just catching just round the corner, almost like a 45 if an off spinner was bowling. And there is that short ball. Defended nicely to save Sabe, who picks it up on the bounce. End of the over. 5 remaining in the day. Jumper back to Chris Tremaine. Umpires still very happy to carry on, as they should be. We've lost plenty of time today. What are we going to get? 59 overs in.
Yeah, that'll be a good effort, won't it?
I think it will, considering we lost the morning session in its entirety, plus another hour in the middle of the day as well.
It's cold in here.
Do you know, I've been thinking about heating for the last couple of hours, and I've not really been brave enough to go and do it.
Not worth it now, is it?
No.
5 overs to go.
Slight change in the field there. Vasconcelos has just gone a little bit wider, so he's at 4th slip now rather than 3rd, and they look a bit closer as well. That's going to beat Vasconcelos.
Get on the floor, safe 2. Well fielded.
Just for 1. So Mason Crane will have 5 deliveries from Ben Sanderson to contend with.
He looked quite nippy over the ground there, Vasco, a couple of times.
He did.
I know he's had shin splints, so he's obviously recovered from those. But he looked nimble and agile and quick.
Well, I think he was particularly pleased with himself that he beat Safe Sabe in a foot race earlier on this afternoon. Speaking of Safe Sabe, he's going to put the helmet on. He's going to go back in at short leg.
Yeah, I don't want him to get too close here. I get the feeling Mason Crane is strong bottom hand, and I think he could just give himself a few more. You know, I think there's a half clip. Oh, I'm not quite there. Into the leg side. Yeah, Ben Sanderson pulled out late on there because he rightly noticed that Safe Sabe wasn't actually ready. Safe Sabe was not ready, but didn't want to hold the bowler up, so he was going to pretend he was ready. Very good cricket actually from Ben Sanderson. He's saying, you know, if we do get a chance in there, I want you to be ready to catch this. It's also enabled Luke Proctor to change the field a wee bit. So he's putting in another man catching on the leg side, which kind of hints at my thought too, that Mason Crane likes to play through there and might not be able to control it. So there's a man at leg gully, short leg, and square leg has gone fine on the boundary. That's kind of, yeah. So that ball's been, I mean, it's going to go for 4. And it has gone for 4, just behind square on the leg side. Mason Crane, he kind of, it's one of those where I think he knows exactly what he's doing there.
Yep.
It's just an unconventional sort of shovelly type shot, but it looks like a shot that he's pretty happy with and knows what he's doing. It went between the man at short leg and the man who's at leg gully. So it went square of the wicket, but it was in the air for a long time.
I have a question for you.
Oh, great.
It's coming from a fan of the live stream. Long time watcher, first time caller. Young lad called Alex in Northampton. I'll ask the question in a moment.
How do we know all this information about Alex?
Oh, because he's WhatsApped me.
Oh, okay.
And I know who he is.
Okay.
I'd like Phil's opinion on the shiny plastic helmets in first-class cricket.
Dislike.
There you go, Alex. Simple question, simple answer. Do you need to provide any more information about it, or is...
I'm happy to, but it's unequivocal, isn't it, as an answer?
Yeah.
Well played. That's nice batting.
Nicely played. He did very well, didn't he, to split Safe Sabe and George Bartlett with that flick off the hip that went for 4 a couple of balls before.
I think I don't know this, right? I don't know this. I suspect that they are technically very good and probably lower cost to make, but no less good at what they do, which is stop your head getting broken.
Oh, short ball, and that's been pulled away.
But I like the material helmets. I just think they look nicer.
Might come off the forearm of...
Oh, he gloved it, did he?
Mason Crane, yeah, gloved it round the corner.
Yeah.
I thought, I don't know whether there was a big chunk of almost mud, I think, flew off the sole of Ben Sanderson as he delivered that ball, which may have just caught Mason Crane off guard slightly. But it does bring the 200 up for Glamorgan. 200 for 7. Considering they were 27 for 4 earlier today, they've done incredibly well to get themselves to this position. 2 innings in particular, one of Colin Ingram and the other of Dan Douthwaite. Not to underestimate the contribution of Chris Cook either. Just dropped at Colin Ingram's feet. 200 for 7.
Casually played that, wasn't it? Very casually played. Almost so casually, almost ran it back into his own stumps, but he's still there. He's been there a long time. How many balls has Colin Ingram faced?
109 now.
Okay, 109. Actually, let's talk about, quickly go back to Alex's question. Is Alex happy with that, or does he want more?
Oh, no, he knew it was the right answer.
They did?
Well, no, he said it was the answer I expected. I was pushing the soapbox forward.
Oh, nice. Nice work, yeah. Yeah, no, it's not a soapbox issue. So don't make it one. Yeah, I just dislike. Yeah, I prefer the cloth material helmet.
I think it's the only sensible answer.
Good.
I don't think there's even an alternative. It's just no.
Just no. Dislike. Thumbs down. 4 overs to go. Northampton could wrap this innings up. It's unlikely. It's far from likely, but it is possible. Could wrap it up tonight. Ingram and Crane will be thinking, hopefully, if they're thinking straight, they'll be thinking tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
The sun is shining.
Get as many as we can.
Let's get in again tomorrow morning and go again. 200 for 7. 200 looked a way off, didn't it, at 27 for 4?
Certainly did.
As you've just sort of reviewed. It's been a good batting performance from the middle order of Glamorgan. Northampton could go bang, bang, bang. That's
gone up, and it could have gone anywhere, and it's gone over Vasconcelos, who is going to chase that one down. Mason Crane is going to add another couple to his tally, but that is a shot that could have gone quite literally anywhere.
Oh, got away with that one.
It's just ballooned off almost the shoulder of the bat.
That's been called one for the over. That's just not right. Basically, the ball was played from the middle of his chest and it caught the shoulder of the bat. That's not over his shoulder height. And that's just not. Anyway.
It is, because the umpire says it was.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot that. Yeah. Soapbox back under the desk.
There we go.
I've just joined some dots together. Alex is not a first-time caller, is he?
No, he's not. No.
No. Okay. Crikey, I'm a bit slow today. So cold in here, my brain's not working.
Just starting to frost over.
It was the mention of the soapbox.
Should we try and figure out the heating for tomorrow?
Yeah, let's do that. Although it's going to be cracking flags tomorrow.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, great idea, Dan. 6. Let's get the heating on tomorrow.
Sweating in the commentary box at 30 degrees.
Save the planet.
Short ball again from Tremaine, and Mason Crane does well just to drop that away from safe save. I think Crane's just practiced the shot that he wish he had played.
Oh, what was it?
Just a flashing pull shot.
Yeah, okay. A lovely little story, only a little quick little one. There's David Murphy playing for Northampton seconds. David Murphy's very big, what's the word I'm looking for here? He's very well liked and loved by Northampton members during his time here. Just a smashing lad and great fellow to have on the staff. And a very good wicket keeper as well. And so Murph's batting at Campbell Park, Milton Keynes, which it was for a long time the go-to venue for second 11 cricket. And we're playing against Durham, I think. And one of the Durham quicks, it was Mitchell Claydon. Actually, Mitchell Claydon was bowling quick and was bouncing Murph and giving a real working over at the end of play. And Murph was ducking and weaving and getting under it and so on. Nicely played. And but between every ball, so Murph would get under it, and it was kind of a bit, he wasn't unhurried, if I could put it that way.
Yeah.
So you get the picture. It's getting a bit of a working over, and it used to bounce at Milton Keynes quite a bit. And Mitchell Claydon's getting angrier and angrier that he hasn't got a wicket in the day, and he's running in fast. He might have been on trial. I knew he didn't want to be in the second team, that's for sure. But between every ball, David Murphy was shadow batting a fantastic hook shot and holding the pose. And I was watching this passage of play, and I thought, he shouldn't really be doing that. Although Mitchell Claydon's walking back to his mark, the others can see it. They're passing that message back on there. So he thinks he can take you on, Mitch. He was getting angry. And after the game, we'll just watch this one.
Big drive from Colin Ingram. It's just going to be one, though. Straight out to James Sales on the boundary.
After the day's play, we're just having a quick beer. They used to have a few beers behind the counter there. And I'm having a quick beer after the game. And Richard Illingworth was umpiring the game. And Richard Illingworth came across and said, do you mind me having a quick word, David? Oh, no, not at all. No, that's fine. And said, as players finish for the day, I'll quickly get this in, said, just a bit of advice. If you're going to get under it all the time, that's fine, but don't practice a big pull shot because that tends to wind the fast bowlers up. And it did. And for some reason, which escapes me, it's the end of the day.
It is. Bad light has been called. It has been called this time. I was wrong earlier. The reading's been taken as Sue Redfern takes the stumps out. And Glamorgan close the day on 203 for 7. That scorecard, just to run you through it, Zainul Hassan made 1, was bowled Tremaine, caught McManus. Billy Root, LBW to Sanderson for 5. Sam Northeast, captain, bowled Sanderson, caught Vasconcelos for 13. Kieran Colson bowled by an absolute peach from Rafi Weatherall. Colin Ingram currently not out on 69. Chris Cook, integral part to that rebuilding partnership, bowled Sanderson, nicked off and caught at Emilio Gay after the extended tee. Dan Douthwaite, fantastic 50, really took the game back to Northamptonshire. James Harris lasted 2 balls and was caught LBW by Luke Proctor for nothing. And Mason Crane is currently 17 not out. Certainly Northamptonshire's morning. And Glamorgan, I think, have done incredibly well and should be pretty happy with themselves that they've wrestled themselves back to 203 for 7.
Yeah, and I think they can rightly feel pretty pleased with their day's work. And they got stuck in. Whoever won the toss was obviously going to have a bowl. And Northamptonshire started, as you say, very, very brightly. I won't repeat everything you just said. It's kind of a game of 3 halves in some ways. Northamptonshire, Glamorgan, and then Northamptonshire again. But maybe actually a little bit back to Glamorgan again at the end with Crane on 17 not out. And he's got there pretty quickly, a few edges and some well-played shots as well. So it's kind of even Stevens right now, I would say, in the game. If Northamptonshire can wrap it up for under 225, I think it'll be job done. At one stage, it was looking like maybe 175. But some nice contributions from the middle order of Glamorgan have got them into this position where they will be thinking, well, let's get to 250, get our first bonus point, and then kick on. We could scrape 300 here and just stay with Colin and just keep going in the way that it's been going. But so it's very, very evenly matched right now. And it's been a really enjoyable day's cricket bit on and off, but it's been an enjoyable day's cricket. Another day, you know, from a Northamptonshire perspective, they'll be thinking, Jeepers Creepers went past the outside edge a bit. There was the LBW of Ingram when he was on 35. He's now doubled that to virtually 70. He's on 69 now overnight. If that's out, that changes the complexion. A few went short of slip, a few went over slip and so on. But I think they're just what I might call cricket incidents. 203 for 7 feels about fair, about right on the day's play. And I've really enjoyed it.
Absolutely. Well, by all accounts, Saturday and Sunday, by weatherman Phil Rose, says there's going to be cracking flags.
Cracking flags.
So hopefully we see you back tomorrow tomorrow for a full day's play, and obviously Sunday as well. Thank you for your company, Phil, as usual. Have a good evening.
Pleasure.